order. First order of business is the roll call. Patty, please.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Chairwoman McGarris, Vice Chairman Scholl,
Present.
Member Bettencourt,
Here.
Member Connors,
Present.
Member DeSimone,
Present.
Member Boney,
Present.
Member Johnson,
Present.
Executive Director Robert Reposa,
Present.
Legal Counsel Raymond Parchio,
Present.
Thank you.
Vice Chair.
Thank you very much. Okay. Quorum having been declared, the meeting is in order. The first item on the agenda is item number 1. The board may discuss and vote on the polling place for Coventry for the special referendum on Tuesday, October 3, 2023. Mr. Reposa?
Good morning, members of the board. On Monday, July 31st, the Coventry Board of Canvassers met to discuss and select the polling locations that I will be presenting to you this morning. The Board of Election staff received the request from Coventry on Tuesday, August 1st. The Coventry Board of Canvassers unanimously agreed upon opening one polling location per ward, combining all voters within each ward to a location within that ward. The town of Coventry is comprised of 17 precincts located within 5 wards and has a total of 27,732 registered voters. The registered voters per ward range from a minimum of 5,233 to a maximum of 5,891 voters. The anticipated turnout for this referendum is likely to be between 10 to 15%. The combinations of the polling places will be, the first one is precinct 0602. It's combined with precinct 0606 and 0611. Has a combination of 5,891 voters and will be held at the St. Francis Episcopal Church located at 132 Peckham Lane. The second location is precinct 0603, and it combines precincts 0601, 0604, 0605, and 0612 for a combined total voters of 5,717, and it will be held at the Town Hall Annex located at 1675 Flat River Road. The third location will be precinct 0609, and it combined 0607 and 0613 for a combined eligible voters of 5,233. It will be held at the Club Jokes located at 184 Boston Street. The fourth polling place will be precinct 0615 and is combined with precinct 0608 and 0610 for a total of 5,294 voters and will be located at the Coventry Senior Center, 50 Wood Street. The last polling place, which will make up the 5 districts, will be located at precinct 0616 and it combines precinct 0614 and 0617 for a total of 5,597 voters and will be located at the Maple Root Baptist Church, 150 Harkney Hill Road. The Board of Elections staff have reviewed their request and agree with these selections, and at this time, we ask for your approval as well.
Any questions? The board chair will entertain a motion.
Motion to approve the polling places as set forth by the director.
Second.
Question is moved and second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say nay. The ayes have it. Motion passes. The second item on today's agenda is the executive director will present results from the review of the signatures submitted on the nomination papers for Sabina Matos, candidate for Congressional District 1, as directed by the board at its meeting of August 8, 2023. The board may discuss and vote upon the results. Mr. Reposa?
As stated by Vice Chair Scholes at the board meeting on August 8th, the board ordered the staff to conduct a review of all the nomination papers submitted by Lieutenant Governor Sabina Matos in the Congressional District 1 race. Immediately after the meeting, Deputy Director of Elections Miguel Nunez contacted boards of canvassers requesting assistance in conducting the review. In response, the communities of Burrillville, Coventry, Cumberland, Hopkinton, Lincoln, and North Kingstown sent staff to assist our staff. 3 full-time Board of Elections staff also participated in the review. We also brought in 4 seasonal staff of the Board of Election to assist, for a total of 13 individuals to conduct the review over the course of 3 business days. The review began on Wednesday morning and concluded on Friday morning. As part of the review, the staff examined 112 nomination forms submitted by 16 different communities. There were 1,285 line entries on these forms which were reviewed, which included 29 deemed by the local board to be blank. As you can see, the TV monitors are displaying the results of the review conducted by the Board of Elections compared to the review that was processed by the Board of Canvassers. The local Board of Canvassers approved 730 signatures, and the staff approved 726. The local boards disqualified 555 entries. The staff disqualified 559 as part of the review. For the purpose of documentation, blank lines are considered a disqualified entry. The disqualified entries are broken down as follows. The local boards disqualified 4 as being duplicate entries, and the staff disqualified 4 as part of the review. The local boards disqualified 302 entries due to individuals not being registered to vote, and the staff disqualified 281 as part of their review. The local boards disqualified 29 entries for not being eligible, and the staff disqualified 38 as part of our review. The local boards disqualified 122 entries due to signature not matching any signature on file within the central voter registration system, and the staff disqualified 126 as part of our review. The local board disqualified 69 entries due to being in the wrong district, and the staff disqualified 81 as a part of the review. As part of the review, they detected no obvious patterns of fraud. In conclusion, the outcome of the staff review is Sabina Matos has 726 valid signatures and 559 were disqualified, with 126 of those disqualifications due to signature mismatch. And that concludes the report of the BOE staff review that you ordered on August 8th.
Well, Bob, I want to thank you and the staff for undertaking this project on such short notice and bringing in people from Board of Canvassers around the state and seasonal employees. I know they're all dedicated to doing this, and I know it's very important that we get to the bottom of this and double check the signatures. But as I see it, it's basically the same number that was originally presented by the various boards of canvassers, and this has confirmed the number, I guess, within 4. So that's certainly acceptable, and we see nothing wrong with that. So I think the people of the state can rest assured to have faith and confidence in the system. The system works. It's been working for decades, and it's worked on this election. Anybody on the board have any questions or comments?
I just
Yes.
have a clarifying question. That's okay. What does not eligible mean for the purposes?
They were not registered.
They're just not registered to vote. So it's different than the not registered on the top.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. So there's 281 not registered, and then there's 38 not eligible. I was wondering if there's,
My report only says that
yep.
they were just.
Ma'am, you're gonna have to step back just a little bit. If you could step back just a little bit.
They were not eligible, not because they weren't registered, they were pending.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure. I appreciate that.
Any other
Just a
question?
couple questions.
Yes.
Chair. Bob, can you or one of the staff walk us through the process as to what physically was done, what documents were used, things of that nature?
Absolutely. Manny?
Thank you.
Manny will address you with the process because he was part of it when it was being conducted.
Good morning, board members. So the process involved the staff using the copies of the form submitted by the Matos campaign, and we use signatures in the CVRS. So our access to the CVRS, we can go back as far as 3 signatures. So we can use various different signatures on file, like the voter registration signatures, change forms, mail ballot applications. So we use those signatures, and we also have access to the DMV signatures as well.
So the staff would have the physical form in front of them or a copy of the form? How did that work?
Correct. So the staff members all had forms, so they worked in teams designated by the permanent staff, and they used the actual forms, again, in teams, and they would use the CVRS, which we created access to the staff.
So comparing and I'm just doing this for the public that's here, comparing the written document to the computer generated form of the signature, wherever that was from, whether
That
it's
is
from the
correct.
registry or somewhere else.
That is correct.
And were you working from originals or copies?
We were working from copies.
Because the originals are not here, is that correct?
Correct.
They're still with the Attorney General?
That is correct.
And Bob mentioned that there were no findings of obvious fraud or no obvious fraud, I think. And just what's the basis of that?
So as Bob said at the prior meeting, all the staff that we use have gone through signature verification. So they look for any inconsistencies in the signatures. So again, we didn't find anything widespread per se in all the forms that were analyzed.
So, well, then that brings me back to something that I know we're going to be asked at some point. There were some papers that had deceased parties on them.
Correct.
And I'm assuming that those were in the not eligible or not registered category, one of those two?
Correct.
Okay, so is there, when we say there was no obvious fraud, how would we explain deceased people being on the list? And I'm not asking you to explain it, Miguel. I'm really asking from a standpoint of, we're saying there was no obvious fraud, but then there's some deceased parties, and there have been some people who said, I didn't sign those documents. Now,
So-
they can fall, I presume, in that 281, either not registered or 38 not eligible. Is there any other category they would fall in?
Nope, so they would have fall into the not eligible category. And we
Okay.
did see that in the CVRS that those
And-
were deceased voters.
And I guess, did your staff differentiate between items that they thought were, for example, someone who might be deceased, or just a signature that didn't match? Or were they just comparing to say, this signature doesn't match, and we take it out?
So again, when they were confirming signatures in the central voter registration system, there is a box in that record that would show if that voter is active, canceled, and if there was a cancellation, it would give a reason why.
Okay, okay. But when they disqualified a signature, they simply said, oh, this doesn't match.
Correct.
Is that
And then in
fair?
the instances where the voter was canceled for being deceased, those were notated on the forms as well.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Any other comments, concerns? Yes.
Mr. Reposa, do we have the copies of the output for us to look at?
I do have copies.
Because I know that there was some, first of all, thank you again for you and the staff doing this and putting it together so quickly. I guess my question, I know that there's a lot of questions and some of the media did some work in reaching out to people. And I know I've gotten a lot of questions personally about that. Like, what about these people? So I went through some of the articles and gleaned some of the names. So I'd like to see, just for myself to see if those were counted, if they're not counted. Okay. And I know that's probably an exercise to do, but I think it's
No, I think it's a good exercise.
worthwhile to do
I
and
have
take a look
it.
at that.
Mhm.
Can we
And I
look at
can
that
make
now?
copies for everybody if they want.
I'm
could
happy to
make
just, I'm just happy to look at that. I know there were some questions and, in different areas like Newport, East Providence, and some in Barrington. So those are the ones
Jamestown.
that I wanted to particularly look at. I don't know
In
if you,
Jamestown.
what's that?
Are they
In Jamestown.
cataloged by city, Bob? Do you know?
They should be, yeah. So this is Providence. This is all-
I believe they're characterized by numbers, so
Form
from
numbers.
Form 1 all the
not-
way to 111.
Because that's how the forms would be numbered.
So that might
They're
take a
not-
moment.
They're not in Barrington to one socket order.
No, well, it's, just for the sake of everybody here, you do know on the top of the paper, it does say signers of this nomination paper are from the city or town of, and then it's filled in. The first three happen to be Providence. East Providence, I
East
know
Providence
is,
was an issue at one
yeah,
point.
yeah, I know. So that's where, so that may take a moment. I don't know what the appropriate, take a moment to kind of look through these, but.
Yes?
While he's looking at that. If I may, while Commissioner Jack Foney's looking those over, question for Manny. During the process, can you just speak to the transparency and how the media was involved in the process and how that worked?
Yes, so on the process, we were analyzing the signatures in the mail ballot room. There was limited access to the windows based on personal identifiable information. But again, it was visible. We had the doors open and we had the windows. Obviously, we unfortunately couldn't allow the media in because of personal identifiable information. But again, it was done in a public session where you could see the process being done from outside of the room.
Thank you. Good job.
I don't think that was in Jamestown.
James?
The problem is, as soon as there's a lot of real- That was it. That was there. Jamestown was the first one that came through, I think, or the second one, whatever. Yeah, no worries. They have to wait for us.
Just a quick side note on those. So when the staff was doing the determinations on those, they used a red pen and they put their determination to the right. If they agreed with the Board of Canvasser, they would put a check mark.
Yep.
If they did not, they would put the code that they thought was appropriate.
Okay. Yeah, so I see like an N on a couple of them and.
Correct.
The rest of them have check marks.
Correct.
Great. is not even close. Yeah, it's not, that's a big difference. You're collecting 60 on 2, 3 streets.
Excuse me, Mandy, what does the red sticky note denote versus the yellow?
I believe when the staff was using those, it all depended on what sticky notes they had available at the time.
Oh, it makes no difference. Okay.
No.
All right, thanks.
Miguel, do you know what a normal attrition rate is? By attrition rate, I mean, I collect 100 signatures. Generally speaking, is there a rule of thumb as to how many are no good and how many are good in your experience on these nomination papers?
There's not, it all varies on signatures.
And is the N not registered?
Not eligible.
Not eligible. And what's the S?
The S is signature. And you should be able to see the codes on the bottom of each sheet. Should
Okay,
be,
correct.
should be the legend.
I just saw it. Yeah, I didn't see it before. I know we printed it out.
Mr. Reposo, I see one in here. It says 96 was another candidate's nomination paper. You know what? Miguel, you happen to know what?
That's Manny.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, Manny. Apologize.
Number 96, well, was on another candidate's not paper, but they can sign.
How was it? I mean, I don't know how we would, just wondering what that means.
No, there was no 96.
This is one of the guys, right? So originally they coded it with an S, a signature. And then it was, why would they have changed it? That's one of the questions I would have.
I just have a question. Looking at one of these sheets, if the voter is a registered voter, but the address is incorrect, what would that? It looks like it was marked originally by the Board of Canvassers as S for signature. Signature does not match, but then our team marked it as N.
And it would be not eligible.
Ah, okay. So not eligible,
So-
probably because the address is incorrect.
Signature correct.
It could be signature?
No, so the N would be based, they're not eligible based on the address probably falling in Congressional District 2.
So I marked as N, but NE is not eligible. I don't know if it's, maybe they just didn't.
Correct. If they marked it in, and could have been not registered or not eligible.
Okay.
That's. So would you have checked registration and eligibility before even considering the signature?
Correct.
Okay, that makes sense then. He said they would have checked registration and eligibility before even considering the signature.
Correct.
But yeah, if you can hold that one out, that would be great. So, do we, so, for example, a couple of the people who said I didn't sign, originally the board declined the signature. We said, oh, they were not eligible, not registered. So he said, well, we would have wanted the address first. And if that didn't include, we wouldn't even look at the signature, which makes sense, but that to me, no. Randy, let me just see the back of that for a second. You didn't see those other ones, right? That's a problem. That's a problem. You're gonna have to, if we're gonna look at it, we're gonna need more time to look at it. It's hard to do it here in the front of, I mean, we can charge them with doing it. It'll probably be easier. Probably be quicker.
We don't keep track of, obviously, when they're checking signatures, it's not marked anywhere in the CVRS that somebody signed.
That's correct.
Okay.
We don't keep track. We leave all the work of the Board of Canvassers intact in the
Mhm.
central voter registration system. Just keeping in mind, the central voter registration system, whenever there's a change, there's a timestamp, and it actually says the person who changed that record.
Okay.
So, Miguel, I have just 1 second. Miguel, so on this particular document, if you could just, so we've got 3 different stickers.
Correct.
So are they all done by our staff, or is this something that came from somewhere else?
That's done by our staff. And I believe that those stickies were during the tabulation process to get the correct numbers to show on the slideshows. They were tabulating what each different category entailed.
Okay, so if it says, for example, validation sheet does not match lines, what does that mean?
So pretty much what they wrote on there was that those numbers didn't match what was originally tabulated on those sheets.
Okay. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. So did we take it? We collection. And this is one of, this is, that's one of, this is definitely, that's the same one as this one. Oh, no, wait a minute, where is that sheet? There's one other sheet here. This is, oh, you got it, okay. Yeah. Yeah. So,
I mean, in this case, 0 got it
right,
for the official certification.
right.
I apologize for us taking this effort, but what I was hoping to see is at least some of the names that at least had publicly reported again, just in the media that they hadn't signed, to see some of those. I was only able to find the 5 in East Providence, although we were going through the sheets rather quickly. I was hoping to see the Newport one, so that might take a record. And there's some in Barrington that I logged as well. But it is interesting, just for the sake of everybody, when this particular sheet that clearly has people that said they didn't sign, at least in the media, not in front of us, so not officially, there were 0 signatures counted on this sheet. When we re-reviewed it, we felt like there should be 1 counted. But that again, please keep in mind, we have to separate the certification process from this process now. So it's just interesting that 0 counted on the sheet of 28 signatures. It leaves, I guess, begs the question of what is the appropriate next step? Is it to go through the sheets again, for us to go through the sheets and look at least at the ones that were reported to have not signed? That's sort of an open question, I guess, for the rest of the board as well.
Well, I mean, look, the first part of it is, there are individuals who claim they didn't sign. We were able to find a sheet where at least some of the individuals that said they didn't sign weren't counted. I think it would be beneficial if we could find the rest of those signatures, being that, I mean, it's difficult to go through, close to 1,300 signatures while we're standing here at the board looking for, a handful. I think the handful's important from the public standpoint, at least. I mean, I'd at least like to perhaps give the staff an opportunity to look at them. But I don't know how the rest of our board members feel about that. And I guess maybe at this point, Ray, from a legal perspective, what are the parameters of our next step? What can we do? What are we prevented from doing? What?
Well, you're prevented from going through another certification process. We've already spoken about that. That's the only statutory prohibition this board has.
So I guess my concern is, we look at the signatures, and if we're going to take the position that there's no obvious fraud, I'm not sure how we do that when there are clearly a group of people who say my signature appears and I didn't sign it. And we know specifically that there are at least 3 dead people who couldn't sign it and their signature appears. So I guess what I'm trying to do is differentiate between the criminal fraud and fraud in the election process. And I guess I'm looking to you to say, does it
Yeah.
make a difference?
The results are the same, and the process is identical. It's just whether or not somebody faces a civil penalty or a correction of an election process versus a criminal one. So the penalties are different. Everything else is exactly the same. The references to people who might have been quoted by the news media, obviously of concern, legitimate concern. But as far as a record of any kind of fraud, we couldn't obviously use anything of that nature. That would require witnesses coming before you, collecting the information, candidly, much like you'd expect, and I assume happens with the state police, the attorney general, the grand jury process.
So let's run through the hypothetical that the Attorney General's office, albeit probably after the election, finds fraud on several of the signers. Would you suggest that we then would need to take that up at some point?
Well, you'd have to see the magnitude of it. So I think obviously it would completely depend on what was found, what the evidence was, the scope of it. If you had, as you just said, several people who signed, obviously that would not in any way change the outcome of the election, nor even of the nomination process, because it wouldn't be mathematically significant. If you had every single person who was involved in the process, by that I mean every person who gathers signatures for candidate X, candidate Y, anything could be possible as to what the board's remedies would be. I've never seen that before. I'm not expecting to see it here, but if your question is legally, what are your remedies? I bring you back to the Bornano case. That election was completely over, completely done. And it was this board that opened up the back of those machines and found out they didn't work right. They called a new election. I mean, does that exist here? I don't mean to suggest that, but you're asking what your remedies are. They're quite broad. They're very, very broad.
Okay, thanks.
Yes.
I think, for a path forward, what I would like to see is, since Mr. Raposa's volunteered to allow us to have copies of these, or to make copies, I should say, for this. I mean, I'd like to take some time to be able to look at them offline when we're not meeting, so we can kind of look through and maybe discuss this next Tuesday when we're meeting again. I think that's the first step. But I think what what I think is very important to underline here is the seriousness of this process. We are here charged with the duty to make sure that there's integrity in the electoral process. So when people sign and just kind of don't take it seriously, that troubles me. And so clearly something abnormal has gone on here beyond the normal, I collected a signature at a supermarket, I don't know who the person is. On the flip side, I also don't want to make the process so onerous that it'd be impossible to collect signatures. I want to make sure that we are giving, whether it be a seasoned incumbent or a new person that wants to run for office, equal access to be able to do this. I don't want to make the process so complicated that a new person is just as overwhelming and they cannot meet the level of expectation, the level of rules. But that being said, I do think we need to investigate further. And so I think beyond getting copies for any board member that wants them to look at them on their own, I do think that there is merit to what Commissioner DeSimone mentioned last week, which is to bring in the I think it was 11 people total that collected signatures for candidate Matos, and ask them to come in here and under oath say that they witnessed all of these signatures. Because short of calling in 1,300 people, which would be virtually impossible, frankly, I think that that's our next best step to say, okay, and I'll say that because I don't think I'm in a good place to judge whether there's fraud. I'm not an expert in that area, but I think one important fact would be if we have those people come in front of us and they say yes or no, I saw these as signatures, that gives us a lot more information about what happened in this particular case. So
if I can just ask again, Ray, so the process of bringing the collectors before us, what is it, 11 or 13 people, whatever it is. There are other reasons that a signature could be disqualified. For example, if one of the collectors who collected, I don't know, 50 signatures says, I can't attest that all those people signed in front of me. Had somebody else helping me. They walked, I don't know, 10 streets. So I'm not sure which ones signed in front of me, and I'm not sure which ones didn't. What would happen to those signatures in that case?
You're the trier of fact. You'd have to get to the bottom of it. That's your job once you get into that.
Okay.
Now, that has happened before.
Mhm.
And in the case I can recall, the person admitted that all of those signatures were not done in that person's presence. But before the deadline that we had on the 21st,
Right.
other people who were involved came forward and notarized as well. So it was, quote, cured.
It was a defect, though.
In that, yes, in that time, though. Otherwise, the nomination papers would have been in jeopardy. Here, you're looking at something very different because that deadline is already passed.
Okay. Well, I'm actually going to renew my motion to have subpoenas issued for all of the collectors of the nomination papers.
I'll second that.
Should we have a discussion?
So I'm sorry.
Yes.
I didn't mean to interrupt you, Vice Chair. Again, I think it's clearly there can be probably better. I think one of the things we can do as a long-term follow-up is just make sure we have better. I know the Board of Elections staff puts together excellent paperwork in saying how to collect these. We need to make sure, I think that the signatures collectors looked at these because they need to understand, again, the seriousness. They need, it's one thing to, you have to witness the signatures, and I don't want to disqualify anybody from being on the ballot from a minor technicality, but that to me is more than a minor technicality. You're collecting these signatures. It's not a burden to make sure that you're there when that person is signing. You're not saying that person is who they say they are because you don't know if you're at a supermarket, for example, but you're signing and saying, I at least witnessed these. And that's, I think, an important fact here related to that. And thus my second.
Just bear in mind that we referred this entire matter over to the Attorney General's office for investigation. So if you can bring in these gatherers, those would be the very first witnesses the Attorney General and the state police will interview. And if anybody took an issue, they may not show, or if they do show, they're going to take the fifth because they're under investigation. So I don't know what we will accomplish by asking them to come in without the cooperation of the Attorney General on this issue.
Well,
So, I mean, we can do it after he completes his investigation, but to use this as a means of gathering evidence for the Attorney General and its investigation, I think we're going to be interfering with his investigation of the case. Anyone else have an issue on this?
Just as a quick follow-up, I mean, I think that from what I've heard the Attorney General say, I don't want to put words in his mouth. My interpretation is that he sees our process completely separate from his. And I think legally, Mr. Markacci, you can probably tell me, correct me if I'm wrong, but legally, our process is completely separate from his. So I wish him luck in his investigation, but I think we have a duty here.
Yeah, what I understood from his statements is that the verification of signatures resides with the Board of Canvassers, the Board of Elections. But that's what I interpreted him to mean when he said that the board has the duty to review that. As far as the fraud investigation, I've never heard anything where he has indicated that we were supposed to be conducting a fraud investigation. So that's the distinction in my mind.
So is bringing the parties here, in your opinion, outside of the verification process, and does it go into a criminal proceeding?
Well, I mean, this is all new, Mr. Deesmo, and I can't give you an
I
easy
know.
answer to that. But it's not, clearly it's not part of the verification process. That is concluded. And as you rightly point out, the board has every right to investigate, whether it's a civil investigation for misconduct, intentional, erroneous. That's part of your duties. It's just that when it comes to fraud, as I said at our last meeting and previously, with 12 employees running an election, getting ready for a primary, the investigation of fraud is something that is typically left with law enforcement because of their skills as well as their capacity. But you have no restriction, as I've said a few times, you have no restriction in your authorities. I just think you have to exercise your best judgment on how to use those at this point while we're running through an election. I think it's much more likely now that someone who comes before you next week would plead the fifth simply because they don't know what's in store for them with whether it's a grand jury, whether it's a state police interview, whether it's a meeting with an assistant agent, they just don't know. And all of that has criminal ramifications. So I don't know how much you're going to gather from that, but even if you gathered something from that, how many of those signatures are then invalid? That would be something you'd have to also consider. Would that be something you're considering changing for this election cycle? And if so, what would that mean for the whole nomination process? Would we have to reset everything? Do we, if worst case scenario, you find out somebody else was involved, let's say that it was a different candidate and that candidate should not be on, hypothetical. Do you redo the ballot? Do you start again to make sure that it's out for 45 days? Do you get a new nomination? Do you get a new primary date? September 5 would clearly not work. Do you have the governor issue a new order on that? All of those things should weigh into your deliberation as to whether you open this box now or be mindful of the pitfalls that you've uncovered and do a full review of it when the dust settles and find out what needs to be done to rectify things, to make them work better. I mean, I think we all think that the 2 days is a problem. But from my years and from all of your years of being in elections, I think that the General Assembly made it that way and purposefully. When I was looking over before one of our hearings on Chapter 14, in one section, in 4 sentences, the General Assembly used the word immediately 5 times. Rapid fire. You must do this immediately. You must make the determination immediately. It's unusual to see such a word being used so often in one short section of the statute. They're conveying something, and our courts have picked up on that. And they know that our hands are tied as to how much you can get done before you actually do the certification of the nomination papers. That doesn't mean that if a person did something wrong, they're still in peril. This has all been, will be looked at. I'm sure it's being looked at right now. It's just what you could do with that information as you're running through the election process. Not a clear-cut answer, I know. I'm just trying to give you my thoughts on it.
And we haven't gotten any indication from the Attorney General as to where they are in the process.
I have not.
we don't
Normally, I would not be contacted by the AG once we refer something over. We must refer things over probably several times a year, mostly for campaign finance matters. And I never get feedback, and that's something I would not expect.
Look, I mean,
Your microphone, Bob.
Sorry. I did speak to Steve Dumbrook from the AG's office this morning, and they have nothing new to report.
so I guess I have a couple of concerns. One is that this is not the ordinary. I think we can all agree this is not the ordinary situation. The second concern that I have is balancing out the need to have a smooth election with the statement that we're in charge of the integrity of the election, the statement that sits right behind us. So, I mean, I still have a concern. I would still like to bring these people in. I don't want to bring them in if you're going to advise me that when and if someone takes the Fifth Amendment, then we have no recourse. I don't know what our recourse is once they take the Fifth Amendment. I know in a civil case, we can raise inferences against interest. But I could certainly, as an attorney, understand somebody coming in and taking the Fifth Amendment.
Well, I mean, of course you
Because
could.
there's a criminal proceeding.
Right. I understand the inference. This board has used that inference before when making determinations, and it would still apply here. As I said in Bonanno, this very board came up with a remedy after the election and basically redid a special election. I mean, so when I see that being done, all I can say is that we certainly have the capacity, if you uncover activity of such a magnitude that it would require you to reset the election. I don't think that's been done since 1981, but it could be one of your remedies. One thing I will say is that when a judge is sitting with situations involving outcomes of elections, how the process was done, one thing that they typically factor in is whether or not the impropriety, the inconsistency is statistically significant. If no expert comes forward, typically, and I've seen a judge actually engage his own expert to get to this conclusion. If there's no expert opinion that as a matter of statistical probability, the outcome would be changed in the absence of that misconduct, misnumbering, machine not working, even in Bonanno, it was found that it was statistically significant as to the machine or machines that didn't work, and therefore the remedy was afforded. If the board had reached a different outcome, that it wouldn't have changed result, I believe the court would have reversed the board's remedy. So when I see numbers, at least on their face, that are quite similar, the question then is, if you uncovered some other type of fraud where you knocked out a number of papers, could that change the outcome of the eligibility of the candidate? That's something that you should at least have in your mind as to, probably impossible to say right now, because you're trying to decide what other remedies you want to seek, what other investigation you want to do. But bear in mind, our General Assembly is aware of the fact that they have limited your time to get involved in these kind of issues to just 2 days. And whether that's the wisest course or not, I mean, I think that the board needs to exercise some prudential judgment when thinking about the next steps here and the ramification it could have on this congressional special election.
I personally feel that continuing on this path, a parallel path to the Attorney General's investigation will lead to some chaos in this election. Early voting begins Wednesday. Mail ballots have been sent out. Unless we have evidence of widespread fraud and intent to commit fraud, I think we're on very shaky grounds. Even if you bring in the signature gatherers and you find, I'm just speculating, a few signatures that person did not, and the signatories did not sign in the gatherer's presence, it does not taint the entire nomination paper. The rest of the signatures, is my understanding, are valid and can be counted. Is that not right?
Yeah, there have been
Yep.
cases that have come out where the court has
Yep.
stricken only the signatures that were affected by the bad act.
So we have at the most 18 fraudulent signatures. And in my mind, that's not widespread fraud. The General Assembly and their legislative scheme says that signatures can be crossed out for a number of reasons, including fraud. So the General Assembly is aware that people will sign that shouldn't sign. They sign somebody's name or sign somebody who's dead or whatever. Unless there's some major evidence of fraud, I don't think we should go down that path to look into whether or not to postpone this election, start all over. I think ultimately the voters will have their say on this and the primary, and they can make up their own minds as to how they feel about this. Right now, those people who have committed fraud are going to be investigated by the Attorney General, and they'll be brought before the bar of justice and punished. That's how I view it, but that's only my opinion. So, if there are any other questions, we can call the motion. Yes, please.
I'm just wondering, after hearing everything that Ray shared with us, if Commissioner DeSimone would, so are you not willing to, you want, your motion would be that for next meeting, like our meeting, next meeting, this happen? I'm just saying it because I think after hearing this, it makes me a little, I don't know if nervous is the word, but a little worried. I do agree it'd be really helpful. But I don't know how helpful it would be in the midst of an election within less than 30 days. And so I support that.
So Commissioner, are you suggesting that we potentially do this later in the process?
I do. Because I think, and I'm wondering, as I think it was mentioned earlier, where we're learning so many things that not only this body, but also probably the legislature need to change by law. And so how can we utilize this as something that, yes, if we have the recourse to do it, let's do something. But how can we learn from? Yes, I would love this. I would love to do this in September, like immediately. but not in a way that it would impact our election. Just the thought. That's the part that worries me, to be honest.
So Ray, if we waited, is there any prohibition to, for example, waiting until the election seeps out? Because I think that's what the commission is suggesting. Because it potentially could be a moot point.
True enough. And also, when you say any prohibition, the answer is no. Obviously, it could affect the remedies. It could affect the remedies. If you thought you were sitting on widespread fraud, and I haven't seen evidence of that, but had you thought that, and you didn't, you as in I should say the state, whether it's through this board, through the Attorney General, but through the state, sat on that until somebody was seated, I think a court would be reluctant to unseat that person. Here, if, as Ms. Betancourt said, we want to learn, if we want to learn what occurred, how to make this better, how to in an effort to perfect the system, those would be the type of remedies as opposed to something affecting the outcome of this special election.
If I may address the board. My name is Michael Goldberg.
Hold on, please. Please, hold on. Is this meeting open for hearings?
Well, he would not be a member of the public. He has been before you before. He's actually the candidate's attorney. This would be the same as hearing, I think, from the candidate who is the subject of this meeting.
Oh, you represent
Miss-
Sabrina?
Miss-
Sure,
Yes.
please.
Candidate
come
Matos.
forward.
Good morning.
Can you turn on your microphone? Maybe you might help.
There you go.
Screen.
Thank you. Michael Goldberg on behalf of Sabina Matos. The campaign does have concern about fraud. Without a doubt, all of the concerns about fraud in the election are valid. And this board has a moment, can look into it, but early voting,
It's on, sir. We can hear you fine.
okay, as long as you can hear me.
Just move it a little closer to you. That might help.
Thank you.
We can hear you.
Okay.
Counsel.
Early voting starts tomorrow. This board needs to ensure integrity of elections. And one of the primary factors of the integrity of the election is making sure, as the Rhode Island General Assembly said, their determinations are done immediately. If the board opts to continue this investigation while early voting is underway, the board itself is going to affect the election. The results from the board's review are clear. Ms. Matos has over 500 signatures. No one has disputed that today. In fact, the board staff has come out and said there's no obvious patterns of fraud. If we are in a situation where the board wants to do investigations to determine what best to do next time, advocate changes in Rhode Island general law, that should definitely wait even beyond the election, even when the Attorney General comes out with their findings after their investigation done by their professional staff who are trained how to do so. But if the board continues meeting after meeting while people are voting, it runs the risk of affecting the election itself. It runs a real risk. People are voting tomorrow. Subpoenaing individuals to come in here and continuing the investigation, regardless of the outcome of the investigation, will affect the election. The Rhode Island General Assembly, right or wrong, has made the deadlines for this board. It is short. I sympathize with you. There's not much time for much investigations. There's not much time for challenges. And advocating for a change for that maybe makes sense in the future. But now we have a situation where there's a very short window. And if the board continues with the investigation with no allegations, no statistical probability, it looks like, for Ms. Matos to be removed from the ballot, the board runs a great risk of affecting the election with continued investigations.
if we do come in here next week and issue subpoenas, and the likelihood, as the attorneys on the board have pointed out, people just taking the fifth, the board, what will happen then? What will the board learn that the board couldn't have learned after the Attorney General's investigation with professionals, after the Attorney General's investigation is done, or after the election, without the interference, potential interference with people voting while this cloud remains? As I said, the campaign strenuously understands the issues the board's facing and the laudable goals the board will investigate. But the board should also concern itself with the election integrity of the election, which early voting starts tomorrow. I can't stress that enough. Thank you. If there are any questions, I'm more than happy to answer them.
Any questions of the witness? None? Well, I want to thank you very much
Thank
for
you,
your
sir.
presentation. Appreciate it.
So I guess to answer the commissioner's question,
Yes.
I don't know that there's a benefit to immediately convening people. But I do not want to see this board simply say, we've got a short period of time, can't do anything. That's one of the things that I had a problem with at the last meeting, had a problem with at the prior meeting. We're in a situation now where it's impossible to rewrite history. Now we're 2 days from the beginning of the election, day from the beginning of the election. So we've to an extent, given the statute, given the fact that there was a delay in our meeting, look, in my opinion, we need to, in the future, if this law is not changed, we need to be prepared to act more quickly. And so I simply keep raising the motion because I don't want to see this just simply fall away. And that's a real concern of mine. I'm certainly not alleging anything against the candidate. I've worked with the candidate in the past, quite frankly, in my professional capacity. So I'm certainly not suggesting anything against this particular candidate at all. But my problem is with the process, and I share the concern that my fellow commissioner has with regard to how serious it is in collecting these nomination signatures. It's a serious process. It's not simply, oh yeah, somebody handed me a sheet with 20 names on it and I signed the back of it and say, yeah, I collected them all. I know from personal experience and being involved in other campaigns that doesn't always happen. And oftentimes it happens where the person signing didn't collect the signatures. And I think that's a real problem. So I would consider any modification that the commission would suggest. I certainly don't want to affect the election. But I think it's an important enough issue that we need to keep the process alive.
And yeah, and if I can respond, I agree. I think that it would, even hearing from the campaign, but also just what I've been hearing from our attorney, it would be great if we could do this. I know that we'll probably most likely meet the primary is on the 5th of September. We'll probably meet that day and then subsequent days later. And I'm wondering if we meet the week of the 11th or even the week of the 18th of September, I would love that this can happen immediately then after the primary.
The 12th.
Any other comments?
That timing the only issue with that is we could potentially be affecting, I know everyone's concerned on this board, I know, including myself, about affecting the election. We certainly don't want to do that. The timing is not great, I'll admit, admittedly, but we may have to discuss the timing if we postpone this. I'm personally not in favor of that, but if we postpone this, it probably should be after the general election because we could potentially also be affecting the general election under that
Correct.
same logic.
Correct. No, if there's going to be a postponement, I think the board has to do it after the general election. And again, I'm not thrilled about that. I realize the time constraints were around this though. And I'm not thrilled about it, but I think Commissioner Giacoboni's right. I don't think we can simply say, well, the primary, we're only concerned about the primary. I think the general election is the main concern. Obviously, the primary is a party election, and the general election is the election to decide who's the congressperson. So, yeah, I wish there were a better way to do it, frankly.
Well, as our legal counsel has indicated, the 18 fraudulent signatures is not statistically relevant to the actual number of qualified signatures. There are 572, no matter how you slice it. The candidates on the ballot and the action that we're going to be taking with respect to going into a deep dive into examination of the signature gatherers is only going to create a chaotic atmosphere of this election. And I don't think that we want that. I think that the voters will have their ultimate say on September 5, at least with respect to this issue among many other issues. But it's important that we have more than 2 days to look at this issue. And we've, in the past, introduced legislation or asked legislation to be introduced to expand that envelope to a week or 10 days. 10 days would be great, but a week. And the General Assembly, as in its esteemed wisdom, denied that request. So we're stuck with the 2 days, and we have to stuck with the immediate decision, the requirements under the statute. But we have a session coming up this year, and I think we should renew with vigor our desire to expand this timeframe to at least a week, so that we can examine any issues like this that come before us and get the evidence, get the witnesses, issue subpoenas, provide for an investigation so that we can make a decision before the deadline. And that's a hard deadline. We have no authority to extend it. Mr. DeSimone, may I ask you that if you would want to withdraw your motion and make another one?
Well, I was actually going to suggest that possibly Commissioner Betancourt would like to suggest a modification, and then we could see if the second would agree, and then I could agree.
Okay,
Great.
very good.
And see if we could do it that way. But
So I'd like to suggest a modification to the original motion that we delay possibly the subpoena of individuals. Yes,
and you want to revisit it at least after the primary.
at least, yes, at a minimum.
So get this straight, you want to revisit exactly to do what after the primary? What is the motion?
To continue this investigation, and as part of the investigation, bringing in the collectors, if you will, of the signatures.
Yeah, well, you can bring in the collectors, but I doubt very much if the collector's going to say anything.
Well, yeah, I understand that, Chairman, but the issue is, if one of these parties comes in and says, for example, I take the Fifth Amendment, this board then has the opportunity to say, well, are you taking the Fifth Amendment on each and every signature? And if you are, I can infer that you didn't collect that signature on each and every signature. Is that correct, counsel?
Yeah, that could be the conclusion you draw from that.
And then you're not in a situation where you're only eliminating 2 or 3 signatures. You're eliminating entire documents, and that's my concern.
Well, I understand that, but looking at in more detail is that won't be sufficient evidence, in my mind, to disqualify the candidate, because the candidate can take an appeal to the Supreme Court, because there's a direct appeal from this board to the Supreme Court on that issue to get a restraining order. Candidate can go to U.S. District Court, say you're interfering with my constitutional rights. So I don't think in of itself the inference is the sufficient evidence. You actually need hard evidence
So,
You need somebody to say,
Okay.
to prove that there's an intentional fraud for us to make that type of decision. And it has to be widespread prevalent fraud
so,
in the nomination gathering.
so Chairman, are you suggesting that we don't just simply say, we sent it to the Attorney General, we're done?
No, not necessarily, because you can examine it in more detail, but you got to understand that the Attorney General has the
I
the role
understand
here
that.
to find out the issue of fraud. Yes, please.
If I may. Really torn on this, but I think the point I keep coming back to, that Commissioner Jack Boney and Commissioner DeSimone and Commissioner Bettenker made is, there was fraud. And that is being investigated by the Attorney General. Again, though, I go back to our mission and our charge. If that fraud then brought to light more discrepancies in the process of the gathering of the signatures, I think we have a responsibility to look closely at that. And this is the precedent, this particular case is the precedent that we have for it. I don't think anyone's suggesting, or I can speak for myself, I am not suggesting that this will or that anyone wants it to lead to, interrupt the election. But I do think it is a message that we need to send, and that we need to know better. And maybe this could extend to other nomination paper collectors in the future. I don't know, but I would be in support of doing something post the general election where we take a really long, hard look and potentially, I would support bringing in these folks at that time.
Well, I don't think anyone's really against a hard look at post-election. We have to look at the whole picture, obviously. But we also can't disrupt this election without hard evidence. At least that's my view of it. Perhaps legal counsel can offer his opinion on that.
Well, I think I have, Mr. Chair. I've tried to. I think that the course that you appear to be on is probably the most prudent. No one will escape the scrutiny, but it does afford an efficient election process without the board being front and center into affecting the outcome of it. And it seems, while it's not perfect, I get that. We were never given a perfect hand. We were given the hand that we were dealt by the General Assembly. And that's the law that we try to follow as best as we can. So I would think that the discussion I hear now would be, in my opinion, if you're asking for my opinion, and it's just as your observer, your counsel, it seems like the most prudent to take.
Thank you very much. So we have, please.
Just one comment. We're still under the discussion of the motion to subpoena the collectors, if I'm correct. My personal opinion is the election's starting. This board has done its due diligence. There were allegations of fraud. We voted to refer it to the Attorney General. That investigation is ongoing. There was media reports that some signatures slipped through the cracks. Our staff conducted a review of the Board of Canvassers. It didn't change much. My opinion is the system worked. 555 signatures were disqualified by boards of canvassers. 559 were disqualified by our staff. The system worked. We've referred it to the Attorney General for fraud. We've reviewed it. I'm satisfied in the process. I personally, as a board, would like to see this be closed out and let the election proceed.
Okay. So,
Yes,
so maybe, Chairman, maybe it would be cleaner to vote the motion as it sits, and then we can make another motion if it, I mean, it looks like it would fail, so maybe we should deny the motion, you know what I mean? Vote the motion and then,
you want, well.
I mean,
why
I don't
do-
know.
Why don't we just withdraw the motion and then come up with another motion?
Because it seems like there's going to be too many modifications. I thought we just could modify it, but it
I-
doesn't look like we're going to be able to do that.
I suggest we withdraw the motion and start from scratch.
But then someone else is going to have to make a motion.
Okay, well.
And then go from there.
Okay.
At this point, look, I made the motion, there's a second. I think we should vote it, but if the chair doesn't believe that, then we don't vote it.
Well, it's been modified by Marcella. Okay,
Well,
but we don't know the exact wording of the motion.
it hasn't.
The
been-
modification hasn't been, technically, it hasn't been adopted by, so your modification is kind of waiting on the side. We just have the current motion, which is, in my understanding of the initial motion.
So in conferring with the second, I think we've got a motion, we've got a second, and I think we vote on that, and then if there's a second motion, I think that's the cleanest way to do it.
Well, we have Marcella's motion to modify it.
Right, but if the mover
Yeah,
and the
but I
second
think-
don't
Wait,
accept the,
wait a
don't
minute.
accept the modification, it goes forward.
So we
as-
have the motion pending. This is to have the signature gatherers appear at the next schedule or the next meeting, which is next Tuesday.
Correct.
But
Right. Well, that's another issue. We would not be ready for what, please, Bob?
Can you put your microphone on?
We need to subpoena these people, and chances are it's going to take us a few days to get the subpoenas ready to be issued, to get the people in here.
Okay.
Well,
If I may-
Yeah, I could get them, I could get the subpoenas out if needed
Okay.
as early as this afternoon. But let's just see where this ends up.
Okay,
The latest tomorrow morning, I could get them
See, I
to
know
you.
Might never go that fast.
So Ray, at this point, I think, it just in briefly conferring with my second on this, just now, we would like the motion as it sits for next Tuesday to go forward.
That's the pending motion. That's right.
Okay.
Yep.
Marcella, you had a motion to amend that.
Yes, we're gonna do that second. We're
You
gonna
wanna
do that later.
You want to do a
So we're
second
gonna-
motion that?
Yes, we're
Rather-
gonna
rather
vote
than
on this
that.
first, yes.
Okay, so we'll just call the question. First of all, Luke, restate your motion, so we know what we're voting on.
My motion was to subpoena all the collectors in the Matos nomination papers to testify here before us at our next meeting, which is next Tuesday. And I believe that was the second.
Correct.
Okay. All set to vote?
Mhm.
Roll call, please.
Vice Chairman Scholes,
I'll vote last.
Member Bettinger,
No,
Member Connors,
No.
Member DeSimone,
Yes.
Member Jackoni,
Yes.
Member Johnson,
No.
No,
4-0.
I vote no. Okay, the motion fails. Have a second motion?
so I make a motion that we bring in so we subpoena the individuals that signed all, the papers. After, at a minimum, after the primary, but no later than after the general election.
Before you finish the motion, would
Yes.
you consider putting a date on when we would consider that?
Yep, sorry, yep. Let me open my calendar, sorry. I had that open. So the earliest, it would be at the minimum of the week of September 11th. At the latest, election, the week of November 13th. That's a week after the general election, right? Yes?
If you would consider keeping it the week of the 11th so that we can have a review date and have a date certain are we definitely meeting the week of the 11th?
Of September?
September 5th, we have a meeting. We'll have a meeting September 12th
Mhm.
to certify the primary.
So would the mover consider using September 12th as at least a review date for the process?
I would love that, yes. So I would add that to the motion.
Is there a second?
I'll certainly second it.
Okay, all right.
No, I was just going to say, I don't know that this requires clarification, but Commissioner Bettencourt, when you said the signers of the nomination papers, you mean the collectors
I'm
who
sorry,
signed
yes,
the
yes,
back?
thank you. The
Yeah,
people
I
who were
don't know
collecting signatures, yes.
if that
the-
would have been an issue.
That
but just-
signed, that they collected signatures.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, the motion's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on it? Roll call, please.
Member Becker,
Yes.
member Connors,
No.
member DeSimone,
Aye.
member Jack Boney,
Yes.
member Johnson,
Aye.
member Vice Chairman Schultz,
No. What's the vote?
4-2.
4-2, the motion carries. So, this concludes item number 2. Anybody want a break? Okay, Ross, anybody want a break at this point? No? All right, we'll proceed. Item number 3. The board may vote to hear any timely filed objections relating to nomination papers filed on behalf of candidates for the special primary for Senate District 1 in Providence pursuant to the requirements of Rhode Island General Laws 1714-13 and 1714-14, including the following: Nathan Baya and Maria Manchivo. So the first item would be Nathan Baya. Do you have the parties? Are you the candidate? Yes. Okay, please state your name and address for the record.
It should be green, sir.
I think you have to hold it down until it turns green. No?
How do you help you?
Yes, Nathan Beer.
Okay, do you plan to testify?
Yes,
You'll have to stand and I'm going to swear you in, please. I promise to tell the truth, nothing but the truth, so help me God. Okay, and be seated.
Before you begin, Mr. Bia, what, the papers we're looking at, we should just make sure that the board has them. And maybe when Bob comes back, we can just get direction on which ones exactly we're looking at here.
Bob is right here. Do you want me to get him?
I'll get them.
He's right there.
I think he's coming in.
This is the candidate, right?
Bob, what, just so we have the right papers before us, this is the candidate, Mr. Bia.
That's correct.
And
This is-
He did not object.
he has no, he's not challenging it. That's why I don't see any, I see. So that's why I don't see any papers here.
Right.
Do we have you can stay where you are, sir.
okay.
Do we have the challenger present? And could you come forward, please?
These are copies of all
They need Bob.
Name and address, please.
They don't know.
Michelle Rivera,
Still
Your address.
Your address, please.
120 Donaldson Street, Providence, Rhode Island, 02908.
And you plan to testify?
Yes.
Think I have to stand, I'll swear you in, please. I promise to tell the truth, Nothing but the truth, so help me God. Thank you. You may proceed.
Just double checking everyone has a physical copy of the challenge I filed. Okay. I'm submitting the following evidence to document my concerns regarding the signatures of Representative Nathan Bia, candidate for Senate District 1. Section 17-14-8 of the Rhode Island General Laws, which lays out the rules for signatures, clearly states every voter signing a nomination paper shall sign in person with his/her name, place of residence, and street number as it appears on the voting list.
So Ms. Rivera, just to make sure we have everything correct, we have the top page, which begins with, I am writing pursuant to 17-14-13. Is that right?
That was the complaint submitted, and then I also submitted evidence.
All right. And the evidence is the one beginning with, to the Rhode Island Board of Elections, I am submitting the following evidence. That's yours, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And, okay. And the first, just so that we can break them down, the first one, the first challenge, it seems to me that you have several kind of general challenges, and then you have challenges to specific signatures. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Why don't we just break down your general challenges first, and I can walk through those with the board. What is your first general challenge? Is it, to sum it up, is it that you contend that the person submitting their signature needs to likewise use their own handwriting for their name and their address?
Correct, as stated by law.
Okay. That one, I'm gonna direct the board to a case on point. First, I'm not aware that the board has taken that position in the past, nor would I recommend that it do so, because the verification process is to ensure that the signatures are verified, and that the focus of the local boards of canvassers, as well as this board, will be on the signatures themselves, not on the name and the addresses. There is an old case, Coleman against Woonsocket Board of Canvassers from 1952. While it touches on a number of issues, our Supreme Court does likewise use that reasoning in connection with the names, addresses versus the signature itself. So I believe, and we can hear from Ms. Rivera, but I believe that it would be appropriate to move to reject challenges based upon that generally. But I think, Ms. Rivera, you've heard what I've said. Do you want to state anything else for the record on that point first?
Yes, the plain meaning of the language in 17-14-8 makes it clear that the name, place of residence, and street number are part of the signature. So the voter themselves must write the name, place of residence, and street number, not have anyone else do so for them. Crucially, there is no comma between the words person and with. If the part of the sentence beginning with were an ancillary clause that the sentence did not depend on, the rules of the English grammar would demand a comma. Instead, there is none. The sentence clearly reads that the voter must sign with his or her name, place of residence, and street number.
And I've made my position on that known, and my recommendation will be to advance a motion to dismiss with respect to that challenge.
Ray, I would move to dismiss those challenges based both upon your reading of the law and the conduct that this board has had for innumerable papers. To simply require the voter to then print out their name, print out their street address, it causes other difficulties, not to mention parties who may be marking with an X and not a signature. And it also would provide voters who have some difficulty with the language, difficulty in writing some of these things out. And it would just, I think it would just cause more challenges. So in accordance with council's recommendation, I would move to dismiss any challenges on that basis.
Second? Is there a second on this?
Second.
Okay. Any discussion on this? If not, we'll just vote. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Right.
All those opposed, say nay. The ayes have it. Please proceed to your next point.
Are we going with individual challenges or general?
I think you had other general challenges, is that right? If not, you can just proceed with the individuals. Perhaps the remaining challenges can be viewed individually, but I think there are some overriding bases that seem to touch upon a number of them.
Yeah, we can, the name appearing different, last name appearing different than it does on the,
Such
What are
as the
they?
ones that have hyphenated names or things of that sort.
or multiple last names. Yeah. So,
I don't know how else to do this other than for you to point out to the board exactly which ones so that they can then make a determination. And I see that you do have numbers on all of these, I believe, which is helpful.
for one was Hernandez.
Can you just tell us in your complaint in what page it is? Because we have the same thing, so it'd just be easier for us to see it.
Actually, I believe that is part of the next challenge to different candidate signatures.
You mean to the nomination for Mr. Manchibo?
Yes.
Yeah, well, we'll just focus on whatever you have in connection with this candidate.
Right here, the general, just again with the initials and the variation of signatures. It does not include, where it includes an exception for using initials for first and middle name. It does not include an exception for the last name being different from how it appears on the voters list. Or for voter signing with the entirely wrong address.
Okay, so those are two different things. And what, can you just direct the board to the one you're referring to?
For page 2, Babatunde Taiwo.
So what number would that be? Page
5,
two?
signature 5.
Okay. Be 5, 6, 7.
Yes.
2,
5, 6, 7.
right here.
Yes.
Number 5. Oh, yeah, 5, 6.
Oh, this is from the challenge paper, page 2, not Form 2.
Mhm.
Yes, it's also Form 2.
So for Babatunde Taiwo, he appears twice and there is no Babatunde Taiwo registered to vote at 161 Selena Street, or the other time he appeared at 51 Raphael.
And do we have a position, I'm sorry.
There's a question.
Yeah,
Oh, no,
It was,
Oh, okay.
sorry, go ahead, I'm sorry, Commissioner. No.
Any questions?
I just thought it might be helpful if we had some of the staff come up, because I know they've
That'd be
done
great.
Yeah.
some.
Thank
I mean,
you.
I looked
Well,
through these and some of them I
Well,
think. have
Jenny and,
merit,
is going to come forward.
Yeah.
But perhaps we could just short circuit all this and bring in Jenny and Manny.
I do appreciate, Ms. Rivera,
All right.
the amount of documentation you put together was very helpful to be able to go through this, but there's just some, on a few of these, I do need some additional information.
Okay, so Jenny and Manny, perhaps you should go through the signatures
Yeah,
and.
I think we should, because we're now going to get into evidence, we should swear in both of our staff.
Okay. I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
I do.
So Manny and I worked on this challenge. We did address all the voters that she mentioned. We grouped them by reason. Would you like us to start from the beginning?
Yes, please do.
Okay. So Jacob. So this is a voter, Form 1, line 16, Tony Durace. This was a signature challenge by Ms. Rivera. She said that it did not match.
And for the record, the signature on the screens is the signature that we have in the central voter
Registration system.
So it does match.
We didn't make determinations
We-
on the signatures, we
Yeah.
just provided them for the board.
To make a determination.
That's the signature?
60 with,
Okay. All right, I guess,
Form 1, page, line 16.
so we'll have to make that decision today,
Yes.
Link also? Okay. All right, so as is pointed out to me, page 1, line 15, 16, 16, excuse me.
You should compare that signature on the paper to this
Okay.
and make a determination.
Can I state my reasoning?
yes, yes.
The signature does bear some similarities, but the differences are considerable. In particular, the differences lie in the shape of the letters and the overall form of the handwriting, precisely the details that are most difficult to reproduce. The similarities are in the overall form. The D is separate from the rest of the last name, as in the signature on file, and there is a dramatic flourish towards the end of the last name. However, in the signature on file, the flourish goes down, not just up. The shapes of the letters are quite different. The T at the beginning of the first name is a large loop in the signature on file. In the signature on the sheet, it crosses over again like a cursive S. The lowercase o in the signature on file curves back around like an O, although it does not complete the circle. In the signature on the sheet, it does look like an undotted cursive lowercase I. The I in the signature on file is dotted. In the signature on the sheet, it does not appear to be, at least from the scan I have. The D on file is fully concave with only one point to it. On the sheet, while it is still an open D, it has 2 points, not one, and it has a convex point as well as a flourish at the upper end. Finally, and most importantly, The signature on file is written with an overall curvaceous hand, while the signature on the sheet is written in a distinctively angular, almost spiky hand with a somewhat more aggressive slant. I believe it should be struck.
Are there any other signatures on file?
That was, so this signature that the board is seeing on the screen was obtained from a DMV signature. So that's one of the things we're mindful of when we look at these signatures. This was done on a keypad at the DMV.
Okay.
Do you
Okay.
happen
Any
to know the
questions?
age of the voter? I don't want to, I think that's relevant here because
We did not obtain that information, something we can obtain.
The candidate
Can I
has.
can I ask the candidate
Yes,
a
thank
question?
you. Mhm.
Go ahead.
Mr. Behar, did you collect these signatures yourself?
I did.
Do you know this Tony Dajaki?
Yes,
You know who that
Tony,
is?
Tony's my neighbor. He live right next to the street behind my street.
And is it a male or female?
He's a male.
And did he execute this while you watched him?
Yes, so we're here what I did when I did receive all of this information on Friday when I came from work. As a high school principal, I left work by 4:30, so by 4:45, I did email the Board of Election when I heard about this. So what I asked, I said, can you guys furnish me some information exactly what's going on? So they did email me all of these signatures that she's reading. So what I did Friday, my entire weekend was, I went to each one of these candidates that she's contesting, and they did sign, they wrote their name, and they put their phone number that if the Board of Election want to contact them, they can contact them. So each one of them, this was my entire weekend stuff. So here is Tony right here. So can I proceed to
Yeah.
bring this over?
Bring it up, please.
Tony's number 3 right there.
Chairman,
Would you like, yes?
I know, Chairman, in reviewing these signatures, oftentimes when we have this DMV signature, it becomes very difficult for the board to deny a signature because again, you're scrolling I guess it's a computer screen that they're scrolling, am I correct?
It's a keypad.
Digital pad.
I mean, given what he's just testified to.
Yeah, I think, should we introduce this into evidence?
It's, it really is hearsay. It's being presented to prove the truth of the matter asserted. It's by an out of court, in this case, out of this agency's presence. You can mark it. I just think it would be it could not be considered as a full exhibit because we don't have any way to authenticate it or to interact with the people who purportedly are on it, which doesn't mean to suggest you didn't do it. It's just that we need that level of evidentiary proof, and we don't have it with that handwritten note. So even, for example, even if it was notarized, if the person wasn't here to be subjected to some kind of examination by the board or by the opponent, I would be reluctant to just allow it to come in. So this is far from that.
Right. So he can testify as to his own.
I think he can just
His own
test.
observations, correct?
Yes, I
His
actually
own-
went back
right.
and did all of those for the weekend. Each individual candidate did sign with the phone number and everything right in front of me, like I did previously.
But more importantly, you testify that you saw Tony sign in
Exactly.
your paper.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Do we have enough?
I would move to deny the objection to Form 1, line 16.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. Let's move on to the next signature.
Next one is Form 1, line 28. She was originally objecting to the printed handwriting, but you have already made a decision on that. So the only remaining challenge would be to the signature.
Okay.
Did you make a challenge based upon the signature or just on the
She
fact?
did.
She did. Okay.
And is this the only signature that you examined? From the CRVS?
Yes, that was the only signature that we had on file for these.
Okay.
And if I may adjust
Yes.
these other signatures, I could, Jessica is with Junior at URI, she's a physical therapist major. So basically, if you're looking at also where the notepad I just passed around, you will see Jessica writing right there, like where I did sign Nathan Bia's signature, please give me a call with a phone number. Right, so where Jessica's there, her
Here's her.
parents, everything was there.
Did Jessica sign in your presence?
Jessica did sign my present. Each one of my, this is why my nomination paper, I'm the only person that walked around and did collect it from everyone.
She walked around with a clipboard of some
Yes,
sort?
my clipboards of my backpack on the back,
Yes.
yes.
So they weren't writing on a table of some sort?
No. So we're, as a signature, some I have people like driving out of the parking lot. Hey, can you just sign my signatures, please? Yes, Greg, I'm running off a wedding, just catching people, so those are things I personally did myself. So where nobody to walk around collecting signatures for me. I personally did it myself every day after work.
Can I
Go
Can I
ahead,
ask a question of council? And Mr. Byatt, certainly due diligence that you've done, and we have this. But Ray, should we, in the past, the process we've undertaken with challenges has been to do just that, what we're doing? I think, Ms. Rivera, echo Commissioner Jack Foney's your thorough process of each of these objections. I think at this point, I'll only speak for myself, I have read, should we be sticking with the same process? We know that Mr. Baya went and spent his weekend doing this, so there's that, but am I being clear in my question?
Are you asking again about the handwritten notes that are before you or something else?
No, I'm asking for this process that we go through as we have in the past, every signature challenge, we compare them to what is on the screen to this, and then we make a motion for each one to either reject the challenge, I'm assuming, and keep the acceptance of the signature
Right.
or not.
That's the key component of the analysis, which is the verification of the signatures by comparing the
Yeah.
two, both the signature specimen on file with the CVRS with the nomination paper. You are not precluded when you're on the fence from considering other evidence, so long as the evidence has credibility. So for that reason, because we can't authenticate those handwritten notes, those would be essentially not worth anything. If a witness comes before you under oath and says, I know the person and they did so in my presence, that is evidence. Now you give it the weight that you want to give it. If you found the signature to not be the same, that's your initial, and that could be your final outcome for that signature. If you're not sure, additional weight being provided by someone who says that was done right before me could be considered as additional corroborating evidence that you could, of course, consider.
Okay. And I'm not trying to shorten the process deserves due diligence. I'm just trying to understand how we go about it in a consistent way. Thank you.
Do we have a motion with respect to this signature?
I'd move to reject the objection to the signature.
Second.
And that means you're approving the signature. right?
And the challenger had something, did you already make a statement on this one? If not, I think you could be heard briefly. Has she
I-
already made a statement?
I don't think so, no.
No.
But you may proceed.
Well, the official signature on file is not a close match to the signature on Representative Bia's sheet. It's a clear case for striking. I asked the board to look at the signatures.
Well, the law says it doesn't have to be an exact match. It can be reasonably ascertained to be the person. That's the standard that this board has always used. So we have a motion to reject that objection to that signature. So I said that motion's in order for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Was it seconded? Patty, do you have a second on that?
Yes.
It was seconded.
Yeah, seconded,
Commissioner
yeah,
Giacomoni
yeah.
seconded.
All opposed, say no. The ayes have it. Please proceed to the next. Jen, what's the next one?
So as you can see on the screen, Form 3, page 2, which is the back, line 2. There was 2 challenges. The first one was the handwriting, which you have decided, so this is solely a signature challenge.
That is Charles Giles, is that the one?
Does the candidate have a reasoning for it?
Yes, the signature of Charles Gibbs on file appears. The signature of Charles Gibbs on file appears quite different in its appearance. On file, it's written with a backward slope, while on file, it is written with a forward slope. The distinctive shape of the lowercase b's in the signature on the paper is missing from the signature on file, and the lowercase I is also remarkably different.
Okay, Mr. Bai, what do you have to say?
Yes, so we're Charles Gibbs. Charles is a very good friend of mine. Know him for a very long time. Charles is in the National Guard. He's a military person, right? So this is what actually I was Charles' house again on Sunday, and Charles, if you probably there's a path right there, you will see Charles just wrote again. If you look at the Charles writing that Charles did sign Nathan's signatures paper. All of these people's signature that signed, those are people that live in the district that have been knowing personally for over years as a state representative. So, like our integrity is something like where I'm a high school principal in the city of Providence. So we're like something like I really do everything. And so those are people that this is what I said before coming over here Tuesday morning. Let me spend my weekend going back again to each individual that did sign, go back and with my steno pod and where to make sure that you're right and just attest and put your phone number that show in case the board members have any question, they would probably call you guys. So those are people that I know personally.
So tell me, who printed his name, Charles Gibbs? Did he print his own name, then sign it?
Charles were which on the paper?
Yes.
Yes, when I went there, yes, when I went Charles, because he goes to church on Saturday, so I don't bother you on Saturday, so he goes to church Sunday. So
And he signed in your presence?
yeah, Charles did sign in my presence.
Okay.
Charles did sign in my presence. His wife did sign my Hannah did sign in my presence, and Charles did sign in my presence. And Sunday again, also, I went back to Charles' house again, and Charles did sign. He was running, as a matter of fact, after church Sunday when I went. He said, "Look, I can't stay." I said, "Like, I just need 2 seconds of a time." I said, "Just, I need this verification before I get to the board, or like Tuesday morning at 9:30." So it was like I gave him the pilot like 30 seconds, just run, and he had to head out.
Any questions from the board?
No, I think, and I know the other signature that's underneath it is not part of the concern, but to me, it's concerning because both signatures actually look very similar.
Yeah.
So I think that's the only thing that gives me pause. I don't know if the other one was rejected, but I think that's what gives me pause. The signature looks similar in parts of it, but not sure.
Mr. Bia, earlier you testified that each of these people testified in your presence. Is it your testimony that number 3, Lena Gibbs, signed in your presence?
Hannah did sign in my presence. Charles did sign in my presence. So like what Nina was in the house. So like I was up on the porch. So like I took the stuff and it came back with that. But Charles and Hannah did sign in my presence because they had just came out. Nina is their daughter. They had just came out and we were standing right on the porch when I was talking to them, did sign. And I said, okay, she's inside. So let us take the signature in that.
So
was
then
standing right on the porch.
your testimony needs to be corrected. Is that right? Not every person signed in your presence.
Well, from that perspective, I would say yes. From what's her name again?
Lena
Lena
Gibbs.
Yes.
Well,
Ju-
Commissioner brought up a point here. Can you explain why the signatures appear to be similar between Charles and Lena?
Charles did sign in my presence. Hannah did sign in my presence. Nina was not on the front porch when I was speaking with her mother and her father.
How old is Lena?
Lena she's about 19, 20, around that area, roughly, give or take. I basically having I can't give you accurate, but roughly she's a young lady.
Okay, thank you. Question?
I think it's important to note that Lena's signature was not accepted.
I think it's also important to know that he testified that everyone did sign in his presence. Now, he's saying that Lena was not in his presence, so it does present a pattern of signatures that were not signed in his presence, because there are multiple other signatures that are in pairs, not just these, there are multiple.
Well, Lena's signature was disqualified because not there. But we have this signature here, so we'll vote on that. We have a motion? Well, we have to reject the objection to Charles Gibbs' signature.
I'll make the motion to reject the objection
Okay,
to Charles Gibbs' signature.
second? And is there a second?
Second.
Okay. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
No. You
Yes,
opposed?
I'm opposed
Okay.
to rejecting the signature, to rejecting her challenge.
So you're in favor of the objection?
What?
No, the motion is to reject her objection.
Yes, correct.
Okay, yes, so we have 1, 2, 3, 6. We have 6 votes, 5 are in favor of rejecting the objection, and the 1 in favor of that. Okay,
Can I ask a question? To me, the Lena and Charles last name, like this essentially looks like he signed for her. What do we do in that instance? And, Representative Diaz said that he had potentially walked, a little bit into the house. I mean, the signature was rejected and we're accepting this one.
Well, at this point, I think you're asking, was someone involved in addition to Lena with misconduct? I can't say who did that signature. It does seem that the same person signed to me as well.
Just, it's been a while since we've done this, so I'm just checks and balances. I'm not suggesting anything one way or the other, but it's.
Yeah, and I do think any
Speaks to-
signature that was not in your presence needs to be stricken. That law was changed, I can't remember, maybe 10 years ago, when people were allowing signatures to be gathered in a very large room, and the gatherer really wasn't in their presence. So language was added to make it clear that it had to be done visually in your presence. This one, obviously, under the testimony was not.
And I'm not, just again, though, I guess maybe the point I'll just make is to underscore the importance of this process, and, a thorough review of the future and making sure, folks know. I realize it's arduous, but being right there is just going to be incredibly important. And I don't think, I'm not suggesting anything other than that.
No, I agree. And I mean, you could have, had we had this before us or knew this was going to develop, and obviously you wouldn't, but you could have subpoenaed that person in and ask, did you sign it? And you probably would find that maybe somebody else in that household did so. But that signature at least is being stricken from the record.
just point out that the tainted signature does not taint the nomination papers. That is according to the Supreme Court decisions. So let's move on to the next signature. Manny?
Can I just ask, who seconded the motion?
I think that was Ms. Johnson.
Yes.
Yeah,
Jenny, I
Johnson.
think,
Yes, I did.
Jenny did.
Okay. Manny? What's the next one?
Okay, so the next challenge received is Form 3, the back page, line number 7. The challenger listed the name that they were challenging as Demilda. In fact, that voter's name is actually Damiola Oyadel. The signature that we obtained from the Central Voter Registration System is on the screen. That is Form 3, page 2, line 7.
Mr. Bai, did you
As-
sign in your presence?
Yes, as you can see, the address, what is the address of that again? 132 Metcalf is actually my next door neighbor. I'm 120 Metcalf,
Okay.
right in Matsuura, right, yes. Both David and Jamila Odewale.
All right. And do you have anything to say?
Yeah, so this next example deals with a signature that does not seem to have been signed by the voter. It appears in another handwriting pair, like the previous one where Mr. Villa attested. Everyone signed and then recanted. Everyone signed in front of him and then recanted, which just demonstrates a pattern. And I said the signature on file is clearly different from the signature on the sheet.
Okay. All right. Has the members of the board studied this long enough to make a decision?
And I was just sharing with the commissioner, I understand that there was a different name used. I think there is a part of, I don't know. I'm not incredibly convinced that it's the same signature. To be honest, I think I'm looking usually, and we've talked about this, right? It's when we do it in the DMV or something else, it looks different. But as you can see, this is a paper signature as well that we have a sample of. And so so if we're just gonna take the first initials, the D and the O look, to me, they look very different. And we've also had discussions every year that sometimes people are signing fast and there's not enough, but there just seems to be enough support in like whatever he was supporting to write, that I'm still not convinced that it doesn't match enough for me.
All right.
Is that in the form of a motion, Commissioner?
Yes, so I move to accept the challenge for this
I
specific
would
signature.
second that.
I have a second.
Okay, any discussion? Shall have a vote. All in favor of challenge?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Opposed. So it's 5-1. The signature's stricken.
Mr. Chairman, let the record state opposed as well.
Yeah, so it's 4-2. Okay, Manny, next.
Okay, the next voter we have is Form 2, line 5. And that voter's name is Babatun Taiwu. We did see that this voter voted on 2 different occasions using 2 different addresses. One of those was disqualified for signature. The second one was approved, and the one approved was Form 2, line 5.
Say that again. I think I lost you. So there was one that was rejected for wrong, so which was the one on Form 2, line
The one that
5.
was rejected was,
The one where 161 Selena Street?
that
Yes.
was the one approved.
Approved. Got it. Accepted, yep, I see that.
So Manny, you saying that's the correct residence?
So that is actually not the correct residence. That was a prior address. The current address in our voter registration system is 110 Russo Street, which actually also falls within Senate District 1.
Okay.
Okay. So the signature itself is, brought up that signature on the, is that a wet signature?
That is.
Okay.
So our understanding was, I think she had 2 challenges to this one. One, that this voter appeared twice with 2 different addresses. And then her second challenge was that the one that was accepted, the signature.
Okay.
So the signature was rejected on another document?
Correct.
2 down.
Right below it?
The,
It's actually on a different form.
Which form is that?
Okay. That looks like the same.
and the,
Doesn't it appear on line 7 as well?
Yeah, it looks like 2 after that one, line 7.
Yeah, but line 7, it was rejected. Line 7.
Right,
line
no, I
7 was
understand it
rejected.
was rejected.
Yeah, no. I wonder if it's like people with the same names?
none of them,
Okay.
none of them have the correct address.
I would move to reject this.
Okay.
To
Well,
reject the signature,
I
to
would
accept
move
the
to
challenge?
reject, to accept the challenge and reject the signature.
Okay, let's hear from Mr. Bai.
So are we speaking of, which one of the Babatuna Tower are we speaking about?
Form 2 on line 5.
I don't have this.
Yeah.
161 Selena, because we're 161, Babatuna 161. Also, he has, because Senate Rep District 3 and Senate District 1 will incorporate within the same area. So those two, his two addresses, because he moved from, currently, I think he resides at Russo right now.
Correct.
Currently, because he was at Selena, but now you have to reside at Russo, because those two addresses is in both Senate District 1 and it's also in Rep District 3.
Right.
So I just want to make sure to clear up of their addresses.
Did he sign in your presence?
Babatuna did sign, my president, Babatuna currently, the reason why I couldn't get it, because Babatuna did travel over the weekend. By the time I received this communication, Babatuna have already traveled. He's a high school teacher in Providence. He's currently teaching summer school at Central High School as we speak right now. So he just texted me that if any question that you go.
So you know him, obviously.
I know Babatuna, he's from Nigeria.
Okay, you recognize his signature?
I do recognize the signature. Every, like a school department document, you'll see Babatuna's signatures right there.
All right.
Chair, I just have a quick question.
Yes, please.
Just to be clear, you're saying that line 7 is a different Babatuna, a
Which
different
line?
person.
You have line 7 here.
Alidele Tower. Son name is Babatuna, dad's name is
Okay,
Babatuna.
Thank you.
Tower.
That's not the one in question for the record, but I just was wondering, because they're it's the same name.
And there was another challenge again of the same name, Babatuna Tower on Rachel, but I think we deal with that already. So, and one of the, Ms. Rivera, like, Star Wars, like, because the name was common name, there's a lot of Michelle Rivera that I see as a high school student, or high school, my entire 25 years of teaching in Providence. There's a lot of Michelle Rivera I've seen come across my desk. So challenging the name Babatuna Tower is one of the very common names in Nigeria.
The issue is that it does not appear, the name, residence, street number does not appear as it appears on the voting list as stated by law.
As he just stated, definitely it was there, and it's at Russo Street. He's at Russo, his other properties at Selena. I've been knowing Babatuna for over like 10, 15 years because we taught science together at Classical and Alvarez High School.
So Manny, he is a registered voter, is that correct?
He is a registered voter, so what I think her complaint is that the voter signed and used an address that's not listed on his voter record. But as I stated earlier, the 110 Russo Street does fall within Senate 1, so it would be the determination of the board if they will accept it with a different address than what's on file in the central voter registration
So-
system.
Yeah, it's a tougher call, but what we have done for quite some time now is once we determine that we have the right person and can verify the signature, even if there has been a change in the address that is documented in the CVRS, the board has, and the local boards, to my knowledge, have accepted it. There was a challenge way back in 2004 in the Jonathan Edwards matter. And I think even at a hearing we had, the last time we had nomination papers late last year, the Secretary of State's lawyer reminded us that as part of the order and the process, we did review and accept any signatures where we could ascertain that it was the voter, even if under the system it had changed. Since that, and that was all as on the moment, and my recollection was exactly the same, by the way, as the secretary's lawyer, but I did go back, and in the emergency hearing that was held on the Edwards case, it didn't go that far as to use the current address, but that is now virtually 20 years ago, and in my opinion, the problem that we would have is trying to justify a state interest in locking a person into one address when the CVRS shows a current address. There really would be no purpose to lock that signature or exclude that signature when you are still able to verify it. That's the key thing. That's the emphasis. So in my opinion, we should allow it so long as through the CVRS, we're able to authenticate the signature itself and determine that it is the person.
But we just talked about how common the name was, so you can't really ascertain. And according to the interpretation, well, I guess it depends on you guys' interpretation, but the law states the name, place of residence, and street number.
Right, the
Must
name,
be-
the names may be common, just like names are common, but fingerprints are not. So if we can determine that the signature is that, as best we can, is that of the endorser, it will be accepted. If you decide that it isn't, then you do not accept it.
Thank you. Any other questions? So we have a motion pending. Okay. You have a motion. Anyone second your motion? Who? Was there a second?
I'm sorry, what was the
Was
original
there a
motion?
second to lose
I moved
motion?
To accept the challenge on it because it didn't look like the same thing.
Okay.
Absent all the other stuff, it looks different.
Yeah, no, I think I'll second.
There's a big circle and then
Yeah.
sideways oval. I don't see either of those in that.
Mhm.
Okay.
Even if it's just the initials, that's what I'm trying to figure out. If it's the initials, I'll second.
Well, I see he didn't sign the full name, but I think I can make out something that is be the same person.
That looks like
That's my opinion. But we'll call the vote. So all in favor of accepting the challenge, which means rejecting the signature, vote aye. All opposed, vote no.
No.
No. Okay, I'll have a voice vote. I mean, a call vote. Okay.
Member Bettencourt,
Yes. Yes,
you accept it.
I accept.
Member Connors,
No.
member DeSimone,
Yes.
member Jackoni,
No.
member Johnson. Yes. Vice Chair Schultz.
No. So
3-3.
That's great.
3-3.
it's 3-3. Legal counsel, what happens when it's 3-3? Motion
Motion doesn't carry.
Motion doesn't carry. Right? All right. Let's move on to the next signature.
I believe this one's going to be the last, but I believe it was also addressed. So the next one is Lisa Wall Medeiros. Ms. Rivera's complaint was that
Mandy, what page was?
Form 1, line 22.
Okay. One. Yeah, go ahead.
So Ms. Rivera's complaint was that this is a hyphenated last name, and the signature in the CVRS shows that she signed Lisa Wall, and on the nomination papers, she actually used her hyphenated name.
Okay. So legal counsel, what do you say about hyphenated names?
Very much the same reasoning I presented with the last analysis. So long as you can ascertain that the signature is that of the person based upon what you have in the CVRS as well as your own comparison, particularly since by statute, people who are unable to sign can strike it with an X. It seems that so long as you can ascertain the name, you can accept the signature.
Thank you. Mr. Bai, did this person sign in your presence?
As a matter of fact, I don't know Lisa personally, but she was washing her car while I was walking. So, yeah, so I did, I was right there when I actually put my clipboard on my back and she signed because of him when she was washing the car. I don't know her personally, but I was just walking, I saw her out and I was looking at the list.
Thank you. Ms. Rivera?
I think this just, once again, echoes a pattern of Mr. B saying people signed in his presence and it being shown not to be truth, even though he attested under oath.
Thank you. All right.
Commissioner
Yes.
Jack, because.
Yes.
I did, and I guess I wouldn't make a very good attorney because I didn't write down the site here, but somewhere in the law it says that a signature shall be accepted as valid if it can be reasonably identified to be the signature of the voter purports to be. It, to me, matches, and I wouldn't want to, I would be in favor of striking it just because someone maybe recently got married and hyphenated their name. So I will make a motion to reject the objection.
Second.
Okay. Motion is made and second. All those in favor of rejecting the objection, vote aye.
Aye.
Any noes? No, the ayes have it. Are there any other signatures?
So the others that are remaining, I think were addressed at the beginning of reviewing this complaint. Those are all regarding the printed name and address being in the same hand.
And those have been,
Those all
those
been
motions
accepted.
have been dismissed.
So Ray, if that's the last of the objections, then we did deny one of the signatures, so it just changes the count.
How many were rejected? Wasn't it
One.
just
Rejected
one?
one. I think he was
Okay.
at 103.
So,
So
So that would
Just
be,
the count would change, right,
That's
Bob?
correct.
Just
So
the
now we
number,
have
yep.
102.
so the count's 102, correct? All right, Mr. Bai, you're on the ballot with 102 votes, 102 signatures, I should say. Okay.
Do we need a separate motion for that, Ray?
I think just out of an abundance of caution, I'm not sure, Mr. DeSimone, anything else will be needed because it's been certified, but I think you should take a vote noting that the final numbers have changed from 103 to 102 after your review.
Very well. Mr. DeSimone?
So move.
Okay, second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? None? The ayes have it. Thank you very much. Right, and Ms. Rivera, I want to thank you very much for coming here and doing your hard work, so I appreciate it.
Can we give Mr. Bia his, yeah.
You have another
Good luck.
person.
Okay.
We have another one, right?
Excuse me, you have something else?
Yeah, there is another challenge, but I do want to make clear
Oh,
that.
Mr. Bai, don't go away. We have
No, it's not to him. It's
Oh,
a
not-
different- it's a different
Okay,
candidate.
all right, sorry.
But I do want to make clear that I strongly condemn any effort to blame any voters for any forgeries. Because people place a great trust in an elected official, and if an official tells you you can sign for others in your household, you might believe them. Many people in our community have been denied wealth and education, making us vulnerable to exploitation. The responsibility lies with those who have been given great responsibilities, serving in high elected office. So we must operate with utmost integrity and honesty.
Do you have a presentation?
Can we just, okay, so this is his right here.
Fine, I don't know. Oh. Let's find out.
So the next challenge that we have also by Ms. Rivera is regarding Mario Mancibo.
Okay, is Mario here? Please step forward. Have a seat. Anywhere. Anywhere you feel comfortable. Okay. All right. Before we proceed, you're going to testify under oath, Mario? Shall I have to swear you in? I solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God? Okay, very well. Well, let's hear from the challenger first as to what what we're looking at.
Just to double check, everyone has the evidence as well. I'm submitting the following evidence to document concerns with the signatures of Mario Mancibo, candidate for Senate District 1. Section 17-14-8, the Rhode Island General Laws lays out rules for signature. States every voter should be signing nomination papers, shall sign in person with his name, place of residence, street number, as it appears on the voting list. Once again, the law does not include an exception for last name being different from how it appears on the voting list, or for a voter signing with an entirely wrong address. Importantly, the plain meaning of 17-14 makes it clear that the name, place of residence, street number are part of the signature. There's, yep, so I already did that. So do you want to move on to the first signature?
Well, I think legal counsel's already said that the fact that they didn't sign the street address does not disqualify the signature. We're only looking at signatures.
Okay.
So Manny, please proceed.
Okay, so based on the prior determination, we have a few that there was a challenge based on the hyphenated name being left out, or second or third last name being left out. So I won't go through those as those have been determined
Yes.
to be accepted.
Well,
Can I ask
is that the only objection to those, or are there objections to the specific signature?
No.
Do you understand my question?
There are objections to specific signatures and initials, but also
Mario.
for hyphenated names.
I guess what I'm asking is, on any of those hyphenated names, are you challenging the actual signature as well, or are you just challenging them because they're hyphenated?
I believe we've taken those apart and we're gonna address
Okay.
those.
All
I
right,
think
thank
the
you.
only
Thank you.
one that I'm looking at right now is one that she had a challenge based on, they only use their initials. But again, that's the same signature that's encrypted in the CDRS from that voter, and we determined that that should be accepted just because they signed different.
And what page is it?
Manny, can I ask a clarifying question really
Yes.
quickly? How many signatures does the candidate need to qualify at the ballot?
So for this voter, they were required to have 100 approved, and Mr. Mancebo was approved 100,
So he's right on the button, 100.
right on the button.
How many signatures were submitted?
232.
Thank you for.
Okay. All right, please proceed.
Okay, so again, I'm not sure if the board wants to take that one on the initials and not the complete name being signed.
Okay, we'll start with that one, sure.
So that one is Form 8, Line 1.
Can you share with us from where these two initials are signatures?
Both those signatures were obtained from the Central Voter Registration System.
Thank you. One is on paper though, right? One is a
One of
wet
them was
signature?
paper and one of them looks like it was on a keypad, so
Mhm.
probably the DMV.
No, thank you.
Yes,
I do want to note that that is part of a pair with all similar handwritings that were all accepted. And I had a question about the hyphenated names.
well, we're talking about this BP signature. Okay. You have any comments on that?
Can I make, oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Just for no, not for the BP one. No.
Okay, great. Commissioner?
So I make a motion to oppose the challenge.
Second.
Okay. So All in favor of rejecting the challenge, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. That challenge is rejected. The signature qualifies.
Okay, the next objection that I had, that we've received was from Form 8, Line 4, Cesar Blanco. Ms. Rivera's objection states that it is missing the house number on the address and that that person lives at the same address as 3 other residents assigned above his name.
I think we've already established that this resident doesn't disqualify the signature. Is that right, Ray?
Yes, so long as you can ascertain the validity of the signature and you have information from the CVRS, that would be sufficient.
I would move, Mr. Chair, that
Yes.
we reject the objection to the signature.
Second.
All in favor of rejecting the objection, signify by saying aye. All opposed? No. The objection is rejected and the signature qualifies. Okay. Next one?
So the next one is Form 9, Line 2. And on this form, her name is Fermina Batista. And her complaint states that states that the address is spelled wrong. And also that there was 2 similarities comparing line 2 and 3. So we did our initial review and we're able to tell that line 2 was accepted, line 3 was rejected in the system because the same voter put their information twice, so it was considered a duplicate, line 2 and 3.
Okay, that's line 2.
And
Was accepted. Line 2 was accepted.
Line 2 was accepted, line 3 was rejected as a duplicate.
Well, how's that appear on the BOC code? I can't quite read it.
It's an
So
A and a
on
D.
line 2, they accepted the signature, and for that voter on line 3, they put it in as a duplicate.
Oh,
And it
duplicate.
shows the same
Okay.
central voter registration
Okay.
system.
To the chair, it looks like, it appears to me as if someone tried to cross out line 2 and they, so I would assume that they tried to do it, they said, oh, no, that's not right, or too messy or something, and crossed it out.
Yeah,
So I think we should reject line 2. I should accept the objection on line 2, but I would accept and change from line 3 from a duplicate to accepted.
Yeah, I almost wonder if the reason is on line 2, it appears that the person signed
Yeah.
instead of printed, so I wonder if that's
Yeah,
why
I would,
they did it again.
if that's in the form of
Yeah.
a motion, I would second that. 'Cause
so
I think that's
to
correct.
be clear, I'll make a motion to accept the objection on line 2, but to also change the BOC code on line 3 from a D of duplicate to an A of accepted.
I have a question.
And I'll second
Yeah.
that motion.
I have a question.
yes, please.
So just to double check, you're accepting incorrect addresses?
No, just the crossed out signature.
But
This is-
that address does not exist in
There's a
the
motion on the
district.
floor.
The addresses are the same.
So there's a misspelling on the address, I think that's what she's referring to.
Okay,
Clearly, that person, English must look like a second language because they misspelled chalkstone. That's our interpretation.
okay.
Mhm.
All right. And Mr. Menzibu, can you explain who signed that signature? Line 3 and line 2?
She did, start signing. She was, correct with what she signed first. She's supposed to put her name first. So I told her to rewrite it and try to do it, clear with now first letter. That's why I crossed her name at the top. And then she write it on the bottom.
Okay. So I take,
And yes, she's English as a second language.
so what is her native?
I think she's Puerto Rican.
Okay. All right.
But moreover, the only registered voter is Heidi. So it's one Heidi and one Fermina.
All right. But, excuse me, Manny, is this a registered voter?
Yeah, Fermina is a registered voter on the 773 Chalkstone.
Okay, so it's a valid voter. Okay. So we'll entertain a motion.
I think there's a motion and a second already on the floor.
Oh, motion second. Okay, so the motion is to reject the objection and
No.
to, no.
Correct.
No, you had another motion.
Yeah.
The motion is to cross out the signature line on line 2 and accept the signature on line 3.
Yeah, so essentially accepting the objection, but then changing the code on line 3 from a D of duplicate to an A of accepted.
Okay, great.
But
Uh,
that's still,
Correct.
No, it doesn't change the count, just changes the signatures. Okay. Okay,
That-
so all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All
Aye.
opposed, say no. The ayes have it.
but the signature still is not the same on either.
It is where the name is supposed to be printed.
We just determined
We
that
just
it was.
determined that it is the same.
The signature bears the resemblance to what's on the voter registration list.
So it's the intent of the signature.
Manny, the next signature?
So the next signature challenge is going to be Form 10, line 5. And that is Melissa Martinez.
And your determination is?
Again, we didn't take personal determination. If you would like, I can make one based on my training, but in essence, it would be the board's final determination.
Okay.
I see
Mhm.
reasonable similarity, so I'm going to move to reject the objection to the signature and accept the signature.
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? The ayes have it. The signature qualifies.
So I'm just explaining to her that the signature that she originally looked at is a signature that is in the central voter registration system, but we also found a secondary signature, that was an exact match. And our assumption is that the local board used that second signature to match this, the one on the nomination papers.
Thank you very much, Manny. Next signature?
The next signature is Form 15, line 1.
Can I ask a question? Just to double check, even though the law does not include an exception for the last name being different or for using initials for the last name, only the first and middle name, you are still accepting initials for last names?
Yes. It all depends. If we can see a resemblance or reasonably identify the person as the same.
So the challenge to this one is the signature. She challenged that this voter use first and last initial. So again, Form 15, line 1.
Mr. Mancebo, did Jose Sanchez sign in your presence?
Yes.
And do you know him?
That's,
I don't know.
Chairman, that's not his nomination paper. That's not his
That's it?
collection, is it?
No, someone else.
No,
Oh,
Someone
excuse me.
else,
We have
someone
someone
else.
else as a
You're right,
collector.
yes. All right.
Oh, no, that's in the Smith building.
Bud?
Smith Building, Smith Street.
It's on the Smith Street. It's
Especially,
the,
okay.
it's one of the
Smith Building.
high rises
Okay.
in
So I
Smith
was
Street.
there, but he was, they don't allow me to go inside.
Mhm.
So he was there in the play area collecting the people's signature.
Thank you.
As a matter of fact, I have a lot of rejection because they lived there for years, but they didn't renew the registration. So I was talking to the board in Providence. That makes sense, but I said, because they have to renew the registration, so I had rejected like 26 people from there, and they lived there for years. They are.
Okay. Members of the board have anything to say about this signature?
I'll make a motion to reject the objection on this one.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Shall I have a vote? All in favor of rejecting the objection and qualifying the signature? Vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
So we have one no. Any other no's? Okay, so it's 5-1, and the signature qualifies. You have a, Manny, the next one?
Okay, so the next one we have is Form 16, line 3. And her challenge is that this voter printed or misspelled their first name and also signature. The voter's name is Jahaira Castro, so you can see that is the correct spelling in the central voter registration system.
Oh,
So it seems obvious that someone wrote everyone's name and residence, which we've already discussed earlier. But, and I just want to share, to me, right now, the signatures don't fully, like, they don't look like each other at all. It actually resembles, if anything, the one on the top. Those scribbles on the top.
That's line 3, but the Board of Canvassers accepted that.
They accepted that, correct?
Did they have another signature to take a look at?
No, that was the only signature that we found on file for this order. Unless they used a card,
So-
we don't have that stated to our system.
Right. So you, Mr. Vancebo, you didn't get the signature in your presence, though.
It
Hmm?
says, it actually does say that you collected the
Yeah,
signatures.
Was me.
It was
That's your-
you.
that's
And she signed in front of me.
This your signature over here in the notary?
Yes. I got
Affidavit?
it outside when they was outside.
Okay.
That was in front of me.
Do you know who
Yeah.
Jahaira Castro is?
It's the lady that is there.
So you don't know her personally?
I don't know her
Okay.
for long time. I know her through the process. And I have to clarify to the board, a lot of these people, they don't even know how to write
Absolutely,
and
yeah,
read.
Mhm.
And they do the best, but you talking to them, they say, I do it the best I can.
absolutely.
I said, but you have to do it yourself.
Mhm.
A lot of times they say, you do it. I say, I cannot do it because it's not good.
Mhm.
So they do it the best they can.
Mhm.
So.
And I appreciate you sharing that. I've worked with individuals who also don't know how to read and write, and that's something really common. I think the thing that concerns me, however, is that at some point, is this from a wet signature from a voter registration, Manny?
That is from a voter registration.
Yeah, and so I hear you, sir, completely, because I think it's something that this body and others should keep in mind. However, it does concern me that at some point she has signed her signature, and it does not match.
So do we have a motion on this?
Mr. Chair, might it be appropriate to reach out to the local board to see if there was actually another card that they had? And if
Yes.
so, we could at least get a facsimile of it sent. If there wasn't, then that might make your decision even easier.
Sure. Is that possible?
Mike's here.
We have a member of the Board of Canvassers.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
This is a signature of what town? It doesn't quite fill.
Providence.
Yeah, because the nomination papers doesn't say that right at the top. You right there.
We should swear you in before you.
sir.
Yeah.
Okay. I promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
I do.
Okay. State your name and address for the record, please.
Michael Narducci, I'm the Administrator of Elections for the City of Providence.
Okay.
So I do have a form here. I don't know if it's the same signature. It looks a little different.
It's a little different than this one.
Yeah. So I'll present this.
Yes, please bring it up. We'll take a look at it. It's not
Could
right
we,
down. Yeah.
could we, for the record, just identify that, what that is, Mike?
So it's a copy of a registration form that was in the voter file.
So you made a copy
And
of that
tho-
and
yes.
brought it in today?
Yes,
It was a public record and a business record.
yes,
Oh,
And those are the files you maintain in your capacity with the city of Providence?
yes, sir.
I would say that's similar to that, but not this.
Different form for sure.
So which one's the most current?
It does look more like this than that. It looks like that, right?
Ray, just for the record, we're looking at something called the Rhode Island voter registration form that he already testified was part of the city's record.
And we should mark that as an exhibit for this proceeding.
So how would you, what do you suggest, exhibit?
Yeah, so, well, I think for purposes of the record, we can mark that as Exhibit 1, but before we conclude, we do need to mark the papers that are have been reviewed by you as other exhibits. So we can mark that as Exhibit 1. I would give it to Ms. Rivera to briefly review as well, and I can do that.
Is there any PII on that form? Just need to read that.
So for purposes of exhibits, Ray, I suggest that we mark the nomination papers, at least the copies we have, as Exhibit 1.
Happy to do that,
Yep.
yes. That would be the most logical way. just for expediency, I was going to mark that one. But yes, we could mark all nomination papers in connection with Mario Machibo to be Exhibit 1.
And each of them has their own little number on it, so we'll know, like this one is 1-16. And
These are forms
Yeah,
1 through 16, am I correct?
Form 1 through 16, that's right.
Right. And we'll mark, Bob, the
And
voting,
And then Exhibit 2 would be Ms. Rivera's challenge, her written challenge that you have been reviewing. And then Exhibit 3 could be the document from the canvassers of Providence.
so moved.
Just to clarify, my challenge is based on the fact that there is no voter by that name and the signature does not match a similar voter.
Yes, but as we just mentioned, the person may not have literacy skills to be able to even spell their name, if anything, so.
And members, also for the record, I just want to make clear that I explained to Ms. Rivera that we use various signatures, or the local boards use various signatures in the central voter registration system. In essence, it doesn't have to be the most recent, but we can go back up to 5 signatures just to try to get a match.
On the members, have they made a decision yet? Okay,
I think
we'll
I agree with
we'll
Commissioner
entertain a
Beck.
motion.
Does not,
I'll make a motion to accept the challenge.
and I'll second it.
Okay. Moved and seconded to accept the challenge. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any noes? No noes. The challenge is accepted, and that signature is disqualified. What's the count now?
99.
99. Okay. Are there other signatures?
She has some other challenges about printed name, 16 line 19. So she has a challenge here, but I believe this was heard earlier regarding the same print being used.
Yeah,
I'm mistaken, was very corrected.
you need us
Okay.
to, you need us to address those, Ray, or?
You are creating, technically, you're creating a separate record for each of these challenges. So yes, there should be a motion similar to what we did in the first one, indicating that the only thing that needs to be written for verification is the actual signature, not the name and the address.
Okay, so you need a motion to deny the challenge based upon
That
printed
reasoning.
address? Is that what the challenge is, printed address on those?
That's what it looks like to me.
Printed address, not by the signer, I
Not
think
by
is
the
Printed
the,
signer.
address and
Okay,
name,
so I'll-
not by the signer.
not by the
I'll move
signer.
to deny any challenges on that basis.
So how many how many challenges already do we have on that basis?
We have quite a few, we're up to 4.
So 4 challenges based upon that, okay? There's
Thank
4.
you, Chairman.
Okay.
I'll move to dismiss those
Okay.
challenges.
Second? Jenny, did you second that?
I do.
Okay. Motion's made and seconded. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 Opposed? No? The ayes have it.
Okay, and I think that the final one that, on here is Form 16, line 20, where it has already been disqualified.
Then we don't have to take that up, right?
Right, yeah, that's already part of the record. That is already part of the numbers are rejected for wrong district.
And have you established that's the wrong district?
Yes.
Are there any other challenges here?
No, but I still had a question regarding last names and hyphenated names. So they only need one of their 2 last names to be accepted.
If you can reasonably ascertain the voter yes, okay? Some people don't bother getting around to changing their signature after an event such as marriage or changing the name. But their signatures will pop up over time as they sign in on the poll pads. Okay, anything else? All right, thank you very much. That conclude, Ray, do we have to take any other actions on this?
You should just take a vote certifying the final number of valid signatures for this candidate.
Okay,
Before you do, can I just bring something up, or is that?
and your name is?
My name is Steve Alquist, I'm a local reporter.
No.
But this morning I learned that during the Tuesday, there was a bomb threat called into the Providence City Hall. 3 candidates were unable to bring in some of their papers, including Michelle Rivera, Mario Mancibo, and Nathan Villa. I have not heard back from Nathan Bisalian yet, but those people all had papers in their cars, but because of the roadblocks, not very able to bring them in. And I just want to bring that up because it means that I think 99 instead of 100 might not be as disqualifying as it seems like, considering he may have had another sheet or 2 in his car that may have been useful.
Okay,
I don't
well,
have a dog in this fight, but I want to bring that up because I think it's something to consider. And you can ask the candidates here about the bomb threat and also the man from the Providence Court of Elections.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much, but We'll call on the clerk.
So this is the first I'm hearing of it this morning. Ms. Alquist pointed it out. Yes, we did have a bomb scare, and City Hall was shut down for approximately maybe 2 hours on Tuesday afternoon with the deadline at 4 o'clock. If a candidate came to me Wednesday morning and said something to me, I'm sure we could have addressed it at that point. I think it's kind of too late to address it now. Why the candidates would not have come to us on Wednesday morning with their concerns, that's kind of where we stand at this point. But this was the first I heard of it. I did confirm with my board members and my staff. We did not get any phone calls from any candidates asking, hey, I did come by last night to drop off my papers. You were closed. There was nobody there. How do we proceed at that point?
Oh, we'll hear from the candidate now.
Thank you. Well, I didn't do it because I didn't know about what she was planning to do, that she would challenge any senator, and I was kind of confused what to do, because when I went to the city hall, it was completely blocked. You cannot even go close to the city hall, so nothing you can do against the police. They said you have to go, you have to go. And I didn't know that I had the time to complain about it. I said, well, I have a 100, and I didn't know anything about any complaint. And at the time I have 100, I give it to the city about 65 new senators. So I called them, I wasn't clear. He said I have to review it, and they would keep putting more people into my paper. And then the paper I have in the hand, I cannot deliver it to the city. And then I get a text from you guys. She been challenged my papers, so everything was at the same time, and I don't really know what to do.
So how many papers do you have?
I have one.
Pardon? Just
I have one paper we sent.
One additional, how many signatures on that paper?
Say that again?
How many signatures do you have on the paper that you said you couldn't submit in time?
Around 10.
10.
And my friend have another paper to the person that was helping me too.
This
There was not worse to collect it.
is an unusual circumstance, so I'll ask the legal counsel his opinion about this.
I have not encountered this before. I can't say. I do have the same question that Mr. Narducci has, which is, why would one sit on their rights and not attempt to get this addressed by the local board of canvassers? Because at this point, you're asking basically the state board to stand in the shoes of the local board. It seems to me that this should have been addressed by the local board if somebody petitioned them for redress. So it is difficult for me to, if I were looking at this and had all the information, which I guess we don't even have at this point, if the people who had additional papers never sought to have this addressed locally so that it could be heard timely with respect to rejections, I would say unfortunately they sat on their rights and the claim would expire. I do know that our Supreme Court has occasionally looked at the same things we've been talking about, and also looked at people who may have had rights and sat on them for a matter of days before filing with the Supreme Court, and they found that to be late, even though you would normally have weeks to file an appeal. So as regrettable as it is, I think if we don't have a decision by the local board or even an attempt to have them review it, I would not advise the board to open up now that process.
So when was the city hall shut down? What was the date?
Last Tuesday, a week ago, right?
It's Tuesday the 8th, okay? And we're the 16th, and this is the first time we've heard of it. So the legal counsel makes a valid point on this.
Mr. Chair.
We'll open up for discussion. Okay, please.
I just want to be clear, we as the Board of Elections have not received any objections regarding this situation, have we? And then a question for the candidate. Do you have that form with the 10 signatures that you stated you were going to drop off that day with you today?
I don't have it here with me. But I have it. I put it in my
So without an actual objection on those grounds that they couldn't drop it off, I don't feel like we can hear that.
You didn't bring the form with him either. Any other discussion? Okay. So the chair will entertain a motion to indicate that the candidate only has 99 qualified signatures and therefore does not qualify for a place on the ballot in the upcoming primary for Senate District 1. So, anyone want to make a motion? Yes, ready?
I'm just struggling a bit, and wondering, I understand no one challenged or came back in I mean, yeah, we've never faced this before, so I'm just, part of the process is you, Mike, would have to get, someone would have to come to the boards of canvassers. You've never gone and reached out to candidates in the past if they hadn't, I don't know what I'm trying to, I'm just struggling because it was, it was shut down, of course, during the deadline. And so I'm just,
No, Commissioner, and I agree with you there. We're in uncharted waters here. If, like I said, if it was brought to us a day after, 2 days after, then I definitely would have reached out and we would have, made the arrangements. But hearing about it a week later, it's kind of, at this point, again, it was brought up earlier, early voting starting tomorrow. Mail ballots been sent out.
yeah.
So, I mean, if there was any way we could have helped in the situation here.
Yeah.
Can I ask
we
a
would
clarifying
have.
question to that? So you said it was brought up to you this morning. Was it brought up to you by one of the candidates this morning or by the member of the press?
Member of the press brought up.
Thank you. Okay. No, which I appreciate.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No,
Yeah, yeah,
and I, believe me, I appreciate Steve bringing it up.
absolutely. Me too. But
Yeah.
thank you. But so even a week later, not a single
I have
candidate
not.
has come up to you.
No,
Thank you so much.
no.
I will second that motion.
Okay. So-
Just one point of discussion, Ray. Is there even a mechanism to extend the deadline?
There's no statutory deadline mechanism. I mean, I suppose if there was an act of God, you had a hurricane, but there's nothing written into the statute that would allow for that type of flexibility.
And there was nothing to prevent an earlier submission of those papers.
Correct. And while we're grateful that Mr. Alquist has raised this, no one who even has standing to really address this has done so.
Thank you, Ray.
So we have a motion pending, the motion being to indicate that Mr. Mancebo has 99 qualified signatures, one short for a placement on the ballot as a candidate for Senate District 1 in the upcoming primary. That's been moved and seconded, so we'll have a vote on that. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. So, Mr. Mancebo, sorry you couldn't make it on the ballot, one shy, but we hope you come back and continue your efforts to seek elective office. We need people to participate in our democracy. Thank you.
I have a question. I know you guys need to wait one day. in regard to the way the city select qualified people that in the district, and they are forever, and they are just a voter, and they don't count because they didn't change the address. So one of my questions would be, I being here, whatever you guys are saying, that you live in the district, if you change the address, but you still in the district, the person is supposed to qualify.
Right.
And that's something I kind of I understand when you guys was talking before. And a lot of my signature from the city was rejected, not because the people wasn't registered to vote, it's because they don't live in that particular address that they said. So when I called the city to challenge them why I have only 100 when I give it 200 or more, they say because they don't live exactly in the address that they have in the paper. So once again, one of my point will be, we have to figure out the weight, and what I mean we, probably you guys, to educate the public and to educate the board or chamber at the city level, which one is the law. So a lot of them was once again rejected because all the people that live in this Smith, they will be now voting for this position. But because they don't have exactly the address in the same building, my senator was rejected. So we have to decide which one is one or another. You know, only want to put that at the table because that was whatever they explained to me from the city. They are registered to vote. They will vote. They will be voting now in the election, but they don't. They are not registering this particular address. So
I agree with Mr. Mancebo. There are some discrepancies where his were rejected for not being at the correct address, for other candidates were accepted for not being at the correct address. So there needs to be like uniform in front of the law.
Can I ask a question to Mr. Mancebo about this? So if you know, of the signatures that were rejected because of the address, right? Was that address outside of Senate district, like the Senate
No.
district, or,
only for the big building in the
and so the Smith Street building, Carroll Tower, yep.
26 were rejected. The people that we be voting right now in the election, but because they live in the district, but they are registered voter.
They're
Wow.
registered to vote, but the
They-
address where they're registered to vote is not in District Senate 1.
It's not in the building specific. It's
Which may be in a different district.
area in the
So they
district,
can't-
so they were rejected.
So that's why like when they go to the board of canvassers, they can't see them as registered in that district, so they're disqualified. Is that, am I
No,
assuming the
they-
correct
they are in
thing?
they are the district, but they are not in that specific.
So they are in the
address.
district.
Yeah, they are.
So what I think he's trying to say is that they are registered in the district, but at a different address, and they're
Okay.
being
That's what I was trying to
disqualified
get.
at the local level.
Okay, that's what I was trying to get to. Because the both candidates are right, we actually just, we just, like said, no, the signature is fine, even if the
And the
address is
police, the
different.
people have the license, the people have the.
Yes,
the
it happens
address,
all
the
the time,
venue, Everything,
yes.
go to the address and then when I get it, they are not qualified. So
And
my
so,
point will be to find what's the right solution to that
Well,
question because it's tough.
may I suggest that
no, you,
when you gather signatures, you gather a lot more than necessary for this very reason.
I did.
So, well, normally people have 100 qualified signatures. You should really submit close to 200.
he did, he
Right.
did.
So,
And
200.
192 of his signatures were rejected.
Right, well,
And so I guess my question is, oh God, this is more,
Yeah.
I'm making more career, so.
Well,
They
the
voted
My-
years to years in that place.
No, 100%. So I guess what I'm asking is based on this, and I don't know if this is even an issue that we can take on right now, or what would happen is if in fact we can look at, which we have his packet right in front of us, if, as he's saying, there are signatures, specifically probably people who live in Carroll Tower, but their address is different, yet they're in the district, can we review, if those were rejected, can this board right now accept those? That is my question to the board. Okay. I see different things in the back.
Well, I mean, I think, and the staff can correct me, but I think when they go through this process, they are actually looking at those to see if they would be verified and permitted to be on a qualified signer to the papers, right? I mean, don't we think we go through that, or is that just with the mail ballot process?
So historically, we have never verified the locals' work. Based on these circumstances that have happened, me personally, my personal opinion is that without an objection, they probably would not be looked at. But in this case, I believe they were all looked at, and both candidates, I believe, gained signatures that were disqualified. But again, without an objection by that candidate to those signatures, I didn't feel comfortable bringing that to the attention of the board.
That last part is, you're saying, but the numbers that they're looking at right now, have you already added in those that the staff thought should be added in, or are those still segregated?
So we did not add those in because, like I said, we've only done that when there is an objection by a candidate themselves or another party per se to those nomination forms. In this case, we tried to be proactive and we actually had staff go through those and verify if the board's determination we found was, we had the same opinion as they did.
And the outcome of that is what we're looking at, or is that a different number?
No,
That's a
we
different
are
number.
not looking, that's not what is being presented here. So there is our determination, what staff looked at is different than what the local board certified.
I see.
Yes.
I mean,
Where can we see the results?
That would be ultimately up to the board. They have to decide if, without a challenge, they're going to take that into consideration or not. Again, as a staff member, I can't make that determination.
so Manny, when you're looking at this, when you're looking at signatures, aren't the signatures filed in alphabetical order?
No, so what happens is when we receive an objection, we just look at what's being objected. We don't look at the complete form, historically. Now, unless we receive guidance from the board to look at all signatures, then we do look at all signatures.
Right. Normally, you wouldn't even need to be, which makes sense, because if the numbers are not going to be affected, and you should just be looking at challenges in this case, like from Ms. Rivera, because the board should not be doing some kind of a survey of every single signature. The question is, under these unusual circumstances, would that be something you do want to do since you're off by one?
Right.
And
But on the CVRS, aren't these signatures in alphabetical order?
In the system, if you look at them by form, so when you look up nomination papers, based on our access that we have as staff, is it would bring up form number 1, and then you would have to literally click into form 1, and then it goes line by line. So it doesn't go alphabetically by voter's name, but it goes by order of what's listed on the form.
No, I don't understand. But on the system itself, the CVRS system, are those names listed in alphabetical order?
Which names in particular?
Voters.
So we have a search bar where you actually have to search for each individual name. So there's not a way where we can go into the CVRS and look up all voters in District 1 signature.
I'm saying,
There's not a way, so we individually have to go into each individual record, look you up by your last name, your first name, and then it comes up, if there's 14 David Scholes, we have to click the one based on the address or the city, go into it, open the record, and then there's a button that says view signature. If we want to view extra signatures, then there's another step where we would have to go down further during the page and we can access voter registration records that have been updated by the local board, disaffiliation forms and mail ballot applications and whatnot.
okay,
So, Chairman?
yes. please.
So did you say that in this, on these nomination papers, you reviewed the board's work?
We had staff go through each individual name, yes.
And you came to conclusions other than what the local board had?
I believe just briefly looking through it, I do see different determinations.
And so,
What is the determination?
But if we also.
Excuse me.
okay, well, get
Okay.
Ma'am,
So in the example of Mr. Mancebo's Form 1, I see two names that have been changed from not qualifying to qualifying. That's one example.
say that again, please.
Viewing Form 1 for Mr. Mancebo's signatures, there's two determinations that are opposite of what the local board determined.
And which ones are those?
They're actually approving.
Which are those?
It is line 4 on Form 1, Rafael Fernandez.
Right.
Line 9, where they determined wrong district.
And is wrong district not correct? Is it the correct
According to
district?
the staff, what they looked for in this form, they switched it over to an approved and accepted signature.
Meaning that, well, but this wasn't denied on signature basis. This was denied on the fact they said that the voter didn't live in the district.
One of those on page 1 was.
Well, I mean, we only need one. I mean,
well,
Okay.
can,
So which one
so,
is
we
that?
look
so
at
if
both
number
signatures?
9 was denied for wrong district, did we check the district to see whether it was the right district?
I have initials from 2 staff members that say yes. I
So
can't
that's an
definitively
error of the
say-
local board.
I can't definitively say that unless I look it up personally, but I'm confident in the staff.
So number 9, in your opinion, was incorrectly denied.
According to what I have in front of me, yes.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, question. You stated that you normally don't review the local board's work unless there's a specific objection, and then you look at just those specific signatures.
That is correct.
But in this case, you did review the local's work?
So we had the staff actually going through all these forms. We already had them working on verifying the first objections. So we figured we'd try to be a little proactive and do these, just in case the objections came in. So this was done prior to the objections even coming in.
Okay.
Okay.
So on Form 1, you had line 9. What was the other number?
Form 1, line 9, and then we have Form 1, line 4.
Line 4. Yes. Thank you.
So,
Well,
Ray, if I could just ask a quick
Yes.
question. So Ray, with regard to the specific number 9, where it says wrong district,
Okay.
and
I-
our staff is now telling us
Yeah.
that it's the correct district.
The reasoning would be the same as why we would
Okay.
accept a change in the address. If we can ascertain through using the CVRS that we have a valid signature, we should be accepting it.
Right.
So in this case, if the staff, because they were trying to be proactive, determine that number 9 shows that the person's in the right district, that should be put on the ledger of
Of the good.
the good.
Are there other signatures too? Might as well do the whole kit and caboodle.
Well, I mean,
While
he-
while we're looking at that, if, to the chair, if I could just make a
Yes.
comment. Sheet Form 15, there's quite a number of 243 Smith Street. And that is, so probably didn't even take that, it was probably just even a quick glance at this paper could show that this is not a wrong district, at least from our staff's standpoint. You know, again, on probably a honest mistake on the local part.
Yeah.
But I'm inclined to accept that one, change that from a wrong district to an A, accepted. In this case, it has a pretty fundamental effect on the whole situation because it would allow the candidate to appear on the ballot.
Yes.
No, I-
I would second that. Was that a motion?
Wait, hold on.
Motion?
What do you have to say?
Can we-
went through the same process that we're going right now for Nathan Diaz's papers, they would also make a huge difference because the signature count there is only three signatures needed. So if we're going to go through this process and go through the Board of Elections results to verify Mr. Mancini over 1, then we should also review the results that the Board of Elections got from Nathan Villa Nathan Diaz paper because there was, in my opinion, significant evidence of forgery.
But he qualifies, so we're all set on that one. So we're just doing.
Yes, and-
We're just doing this particular one.
Just a side note, so we did go by Bias and we agreed with all determinations by the board.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
So that's not an issue. So ma'am, I'm just going to ask you to hold any comments at this point. So from the standpoint of, I mean, I think Commissioner Giacavone raises another good point, but with regard to number 1, line 9, if that's the correct voting district, and that's what our staff is telling us, I think we need to correct that to start with. And then I think we should also address, sir,
Please.
sir, please.
You're broken. Admit that you're broken.
I think
No,
we should
go
also
ahead.
then address Commissioner Giacavone's issue on the other page, but I would move on Form 1, line 9. I would move to change the wrong district to correct district and an accepted signature, because that wasn't a question of signature, it was a question of wrong district.
I'll second that.
Manny, is that correct?
I can double check. That's what I have in front of me, but I can double check if it brings more confidence.
I'll second that and under comment, I don't know if we need to double check. We have a bunch of accepted ones from that same exact address.
Right.
Unless the line goes through that building, I mean,
Right,
maybe
there
we
were-
could
there were
double check.
others- There were others that were accepted. from that
Yes,
same
I see the point.
And I just want to comment, again, under comment of this particular motion. We know that this process is imperfect. However, I am not prepared individually to say, let me use a technicality to try to keep somebody off of the ballot. I just don't think, I think we should always err on the side of, again, just my opinion, on the side of keeping people on the ballot. So we have a lot, I'm sorry, it's not time for public comment, but
Mr. Chair, may I?
Yes,
Just address-
please.
Just because a sheet says 243 Smith Street doesn't necessarily mean that's where they're registered from. So it could be that it says wrong district because of the fact that they might be registered at 8 Angel Street.
Mhm.
So prior to this, we go by their address. It's
That's
on the
fair.
CVRS.
that's fair, so.
If it's 243 Smith Street and on the sheet, and it's 10 Smith Street that they're registered from, if it's within the same Senate district, then we count the signature. So just because it says 243 Smith Street, maybe, that's why Manny's saying he can only go by what's here. We literally have to go by what's in the CVRS.
Thank you. That's good information. I apologize for.
So Manny, I think you should just double check that on the computer. The address.
Okay. Before we
Then I'll withdraw
continue,
my
we'll
second
double
on that.
check. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'll withdraw the motion until he comes back.
Yes.
But if he then tells us yes, then I'll redo the motion.
In a matter of housekeeping, while we have a moment, can we mark under the initial, the first hearing with Via for Exhibit 1, the nomination papers that were submitted? And then as Exhibit 2, Ms. Rivera's challenges, written challenges?
You're talking about the
I-
challenges to Mancera?
Well, we've already done those, but this would be for the first one that we heard, which was
Bia?
for Mr. Bia,
Yeah, okay, very well.
Nathan Bia. And I believe that he had 4 forms attached,
Right. They should be marked Exhibit 1,
and then the objections as Exhibit 2.
Exhibit 2. So ordered.
Okay, so upon looking up Mr. Paredes, he currently does live at 243 Smith Street. He did an address change on August 4th, 2023. Prior to, he was outside of Senate District 1.
So in your opinion, that's a valid signature, is that
He's a
right?
new voter.
Well, based on
Based-
how we go through these, the address should be, they should be able to register, to vote at that district the day they sign this paper.
So he's within the district, is that your conclusion?
Now, he's currently within the district as of 8/4.
So-
And-
When did he sign this
Yeah, I
paper?
was gonna ask that. These were actually signed
Signed
on
8/4.
8/4.
Okay. Well, that's
Oh, actually,
interesting.
this one was signed 8/1. Yep, thank you, thank you.
Yeah, go
Yep.
by, the
one.
timestamp date should be on the back.
Thank you so much. Yep.
What does it say?
It was, okay, so it was signed by the person on August 1, and then it was notarized by you all on the 9th. By the Secretary of State, never mind.
You're talking about signature?
No, no, this one, this is the wrong form. It's the wrong one.
Oh, that's, oh, sorry.
I'm sorry, where do you see the August 1st? I only see the.
So if
Yeah.
you, so in August 1st, right at the end,
Oh,
it
there.
says signature of notary public,
Thank you.
and it, like right above it, it says Providence, Notary Public, Providence, 1st of August, 2023. And then if you see it, the Secretary of State's office received on the 9th.
So we signed 3 days after he moved into the district,
3, yeah.
3 days, so. it's
I think he
valid-
signed
3
it
days
3 days
before.
before.
That's why, yes.
Yeah,
It was 3 days before he moved, but that means that your office reviewed it after August 4th, correct? The local office.
Yeah,
The local office.
yeah, it looks like.
Yeah, I'm trying to see where your office.
Basically, when there was other things in the, we was, releasing people and, we was writing to renew it.
To
So when we
update
got
their
this
ballot.
paper, we bring all the paper there.
Correct.
At the time they renew this paper, they don't even put it in the computer. The new paper or the new registration that was submitted to.
Mhm.
I was doing most of the
Mhm.
stuff. And I was concerned about,
Okay.
you know, that they won't be Saturday, March, it will take a long time to put the people in the computer, and then we should get the paper first.
Okay, so let's set facts
So
straight. On August 1, he signed. Where did he live on August 1?
4th Street, Providence.
Was that in the district?
No.
Okay. Okay, so we can't count that signature then, can
He
we?
was living already in the new address.
He just
He
had an
didn't
updated.
change,
Yeah.
he didn't change the address at the city hall. So we did the paperwork to change the address at the city hall.
You say that he was living on Smith Street
Yeah,
on that day, even though he was registered at a different address?
yes. But we submitted the paper to renew, to register
Yeah.
in that district.
So, and when did that paperwork go through? August,
August 4th.
August 4th, okay, 3 days after. So he signed while as a resident, but was not
Well,
on the CVRS.
But
as
there's
the
no
six-
record. I
Yeah.
mean, I don't dispute what you're saying, sir, but this, for the board, there needs to be some record if we're going to be creating a discrepancy within what we have, and we just don't have that. There may be others, but that one would not satisfy because he's not under oath, he's not here, nor do we have anything inconsistent with what the papers, the evidence shows, which is a change 3 days following the signature date. So the standard procedure, which we would normally approve, when a local board gets that, it would just reject it as being in the wrong district.
Once again, when you are doing this paper, you're collecting all the paper, you do it, both of them. So it's a special election, so you are register the person and bring in the paper. So when you go to the city hall, they read this right away. So I don't know how long they take it to put the people in the computer and upgrade the address. So, for me, legally, it's supposed to be in that time frame. You have the registration and you are checking the signature. And I talked to them about it. I said, remember that being some people that they have to do it, renew the registration, so we give the paper to you. And I was holding this paper, so that process to be matched, like to be sure that they was in time. And also you check the address, they've been living there for a long time. A lot of people don't change the address. They move from one location to another. And once again, it's why I have all this 20 paper, signature from the speaker rejected, because they don't have that paper back. For some people, I think that paper, and these people, decir. Y decir like the people that we was collecting also mail ballots. So we put it to the city at the same time, you know. So I don't know how long the department take it to process that.
And board members, I just
Yeah, go
want to
ahead.
make something clear for the record. The only reason why we did this review ahead of time was anticipating in case there was a challenge. Monday was a holiday. We weren't going to have staff here ready to have this prepared for the board. So this is the only, and this is pretty much why we really did this review of both campaigns, just in case an objection came in by 4 o'clock Friday, being that Monday was a holiday and we were closed.
Okay, excellent. Is there another signature of, you want to bring up? Any other addresses? Address change.
Hadn't you mentioned the one in Form 1, line 4? You said that the local board rejected it because it said signature doesn't match, but our staff said it did.
They said they did. Again, I don't have the actual, I have the signature on this nomination paper here, but I don't have the signature from the voter. Something I can go back and pull as well. The board will like me to do that.
Okay. Pleasure to board on that? I think you should check the signature. Okay, because you're really close, 99 versus 100.
Can we use that time for like a 5-minute break?
Sure, we'll take 5-minute
Please.
break.
Thank you.
Yes.
Read all about you. Go ahead.
I do research when I know what's coming. So like I went back and looked over
I know there's 12, but there are numbers floating around. I've never seen all the numbers. I've not seen a list of the names of the board signatures. But all I read is the numbers that are out there. Well, I know it's 12. And some people say they're 18, so they haven't seen that. No, not the 18.
moment for me as a lawyer.
Yeah, that's the media reports. It's about media reports. Apparently, that's the number that was. I can't imagine. Just the stations.
You think you got
Printed that number.
Oh, wait a second. It was a bump. Oh, wait a second. We did begin. We're just gonna keep.
You want to switch to Mr. Connor? Oh, no.
That's good. That's a good.
I may not say anything, but yes, I
Of
have.
course, my guess.
Okay.
I can answer that. Okay, good, thank you.
How many meetings in the last few months? Watching you observe every rule that you just should be deported. There's, again, the system is so powerful. I know the gentleman, Roger's got a lifetime of investigation. Clearly delusional. But this is completely. Chris, you're on the ballot. Deadline for objections. Wait till next time. Objections. How do you explain that? That's my question. How do you possibly explain that?
First of all, maybe the objection is provocative language.
It is grotesque. Talk to the guy. I'll let you. I'm sorry. Boys are very helpful. Go ahead.
What I'm saying is that like anything else, I'm not saying. I don't want to use it technicalities. They happen to see that this one was not. So they're saying it's maybe. I hate to use technicalities.
Yes.
And I know that's what you're saying.
But what about the guy who already, whose name escapes me, I apologize for that. But there was a candidate who had more than enough signatures, he had a significant number of disappointed. Another 30 would have gotten it. Why was that man?
I don't remember.
It doesn't matter what. This is congressional CD once. There was a gentleman who was running for the first time. And again, I didn't take the time to Google his name. Right? He had way over the 500 count, had a significant number of disallowed, didn't have enough time to go through the formal objection process. He tried to. So he had every good faith effort, was here for the hearing. And he didn't have the advantage of the Board of Elections doing an end run for him ahead of time. If someone's close, but has had a significant number of disallowed, the question is, what is the breakpoint when the Board of Elections will do this extracurricular search on their own time? I'm not accusing this guy. But again, if you look at the totality, right, you've got a Board of Elections that no significant case fraud
I think
from
we
the
should
guy
ask
who's
Bob.
the chair or whatever he is, all right? Yet you've got dead people's signatures on it. That's a pretty significant trail of fraud, right? You've got a town like Jamestown, there's 2 elections in a row. You've got illegal signatures. You've got a court case offered by candidate Rivera, which has the
I have a question.
signatory has to put in their own name and address, except they don't.
That was his challenge. Those were his challenge.
Because there was obscure court cases. None of the rules matter here. Well, okay, so then again, did this man file a timely challenge? Okay, so isn't that a rule? So on what sense, this board continually cites the lack of statutory authority to amend or to improvise, why are you improvising right now?
I disagree with your provocative language.
Okay, disagree with my language.
We're not, we, that's what I'm saying.
If you're changing your
I
life.
can't use my own eyes. Clearly, the nomination.
Did you afford, how many people do you afford that person?
It's a difference between one and you're talking about.
What's the rule? Explain to me, is 30 not worth being
Okay, so I do have the signature for Rafael Fernandez.
So which one are we looking at?
Number 4, line 4. I'm looking at line 4, form 1.
And this was a signature that was rejected.
This was a signature.
Right here.
It's like initialed and then he put his last.
Do you have any discussion on this?
Personally, I think looking at the two signatures, there is reason to believe, there is a reasonable chance that they are a match.
Any other thoughts? Randy?
I agree. There's reason to believe that it is a match, in my opinion.
I would concur.
So the chair will entertain a motion.
Yes, I would move to qualify signature number 5 on Form 1. Oh, sorry, signature number 4 on Form 1.
Is there a second?
I will second.
Okay, any discussion? Yes.
Questions for Ray? Normally, to look at something like this, we would need an objection to review this, but now that this is brought to our attention, do you have an opinion on whether we can?
The key thing is we're in the right time frame, so the door is not closed. We've learned through staff that one or more signatures could be considered to be valid, even though the local board invalidated them. With that information, you're certainly well-equipped and justified in adding that to the approved ledger of signatures. So that is exactly what this hearing is for. But typically, it would just be through the challenge process because that would be the only way you would normally learn of it. And that's the burden of the person making the challenge. Otherwise, the system wouldn't work. To require the staff to review signatures of 39 cities and towns isn't feasible, number one, and number two, the statutory mechanism never contemplated such a burden upon the review board. But to sit on information is different, and now we have that information, and we should be acting upon it, and especially within the right timeframe.
Yes?
Thank you, Ray. Actually, that was going to be my, it's a great question because that was going to be my question. We can't unring the bell if we know. We wouldn't be having this discussion if the candidate hadn't asked the question. And I recognize it didn't go through the official or the entire, the letter of the law objection process, but it's not as if this was just the board bringing this up, the board staff bringing this up, and then subsequently, without the candidate here or somebody of standing here, us taking an action. So I think, yes, I am a bit concerned that we might be creating a situation where others might appeal in the future, but at least the candidate is here. He brought up a question. That's why we're having this conversation. So I think that is the decisive factor, in my opinion.
And if I can just make a quick comment to that is, I remember distinctly last year when we were reviewing a lot more signatures than even today. Part of why the code at the bottom exists is because we had candidates here say, but I don't understand why my signatures were rejected. So now for the first time, thankfully, all the boards of canvassers have the same code. And I think that's really helpful. So allowing not only the candidates, but the local canvassers and ourselves to understand why this is happening can give candidates a better option. So I think this is incredibly helpful. And again, to your point, we could, if someone is telling me, well, we actually have different numbers of signatures, it is our responsibility to look at it. And it's not perfect, but I think it's the responsible thing to do. And we've looked at last year. I remember our partners at the Secretary of State's office even shared with us a ton of more signatures. So every year, not just today, we've gone above and beyond to make sure that what we're looking at is as much information as we have possible. And I think that is the correct thing to do, even though it can be frustrating and lengthy.
So we'll just call the question. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed, say no. The ayes have it. We have to do one other thing. On the previous motion, we have to reconsider it, okay? And so who voted on the prevailing side on the previous motion?
I did. I'll move to reconsider the motion to certify 99 signatures.
Okay. We have a second on that?
Second.
Okay. All in favor of reconsidering that motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. So do you have another motion?
So we now have a motion, we would have a motion to certify 100 signatures.
Okay. And that,
Even I can do that, Matt.
yes, under certify, which qualifies the candidate for a place on the ballot. Do we have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it.
Congratulations.
Mr. Masiba, you're on the ballot. Okay. By a very slim margin. Okay, next item of business.
It's not on the business, but we did have on our paperwork, we had another objection.
They did, and they are going to address it. It was something that came in late on Friday.
Thank you. I just wasn't sure.
Okay, so. Bob, what's the story on that?
Manny's going to address.
Sorry about that. Okay, so the final objections that we received on Friday were from Mario Mancebo. Deputy Director did reach out to Mr. Mancebo via phone and then via email at 4:32 p.m. on Friday, asking him to detail, give us line-by-line item of what he was challenging. Up until this meeting, we had not heard back from Mr. Mancebo.
That is correct.
So he never responded to Miguel Nunez's request for the line-by-line challenge or what exactly he was challenging.
but also, is he here in the room? Just left, okay. Okay, Ray.
And that would be, then, it would be appropriate to consider a motion to dismiss for lack of specification for the challenge.
Okay. We have a motion for that?
I'll move to dismiss these objections.
Any second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. The objection is disregarded. Hey, Bob, it brings us to the last item on the agenda, item number 4, unless there's something else.
No, that'll-
Okay, item number 4 is the board may vote to certify the voting equipment to be used for early voting to begin on Wednesday, August 16th, 2023, and the primary on Tuesday, September 5, 2023.
Board members, logic and accuracy testing of the early voting equipment for Congressional District 1 primary and the Foster Town Council primary began on Thursday, August 10th at 10 a.m. and concluded on Friday, August 11th. 4 members of the staff of Election System and Software and 3 Board of Election staff were involved in the testing. 43 DS200s and 40 express votes are being deployed for the 19 CD1 communities and Foster for the early voting period, which, as you know, begins tomorrow morning, August 16th, and continues until 4 p.m. on September 5th. 25 test decks, 20 Democratic and 5 Republican ballots were fed into each of the precincts assigned to a DS200 for CD1. This includes 1 express vote card from each express vote. 5 test deck ballots, 5 Republican, were fed for each precinct assigned to a DS200 for the Foster Town Council contest. This includes 1 express vote card from each express vote. 1 express vote unit was replaced during testing due to a non-functioning touchscreen. The Secretary of State's Election Division conducted a review of the express vote ballot information and has signed off that this information is accurate per existing Board of Elections protocols. Delivery of the voting equipment and supplies began on Friday, August 11th, and will be completed today. In the packets that you have, there are 3 reports, one labeled A, one labeled B, and one labeled C. The first is a 0 report, which shows you that prior to testing, there were 0 ballots cast on the equipment that would be used in the specific communities. The second report that you have, or B, tells you what the results were after the election system and software staff and the Board of Election staff used to conduct the test. The results, when they were printed out on the report that you have, Report B, matches a key that was created for us to match against, so that when we did our manual count, it matched what was produced from our network here at the Board of Elections of results. The third report that you have, C, indicates that all this equipment now has been zeroed out and as I said, has been delivered to the communities. At this time, if the board has no questions, I ask that you certify the early voting equipment for Congressional District 1 primary and the Foster Town Council primary to be held on Tuesday, September 5th.
Any questions?
So
Yes.
I have a question. Bob, you mentioned, because I know this will be, I think, the second time only that we're using the express vote correct?
It is,
Or-
we've used it more than once.
Oh, we have used it
We
more than
have.
once. And in any event, you mentioned that the Secretary of State's office did proof the express vote against the ballot.
That's correct.
And how was that done? Did they come here? Was it
I
pulled
believe-
up on the screen or was it sent?
It was pulled up on a screen. I believe it was done in their office.
Okay,
And I do have a sign off from them that it was completed.
okay, thank you.
Just one follow-up, Chairman, and that was done on the, if it was applicable, the second language ballot as well.
That's correct.
I just have one question, Bob. I'm looking at the certification here. Does that include the testing of DS 200s and express roads for Senate District 1?
No, because we could not do that because the hearing was today. Those machines will be deployed to Providence by tomorrow morning so they can start using it. That testing will be brought to you next week.
Okay, so we will vote on it next week?
You will, because next Tuesday, we're also going to do a similar agenda item for all the precincts.
Okay, great. So we'll accept the report and entertain a motion.
Motion to certify the voting equipment to be used for early voting beginning Wednesday, August 16th, and the primary on Tuesday, September 5th.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it. Motion passes. Well, there being no further business before the board, our board will entertain a motion to dismiss, to adjourn, excuse me.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Board's adjourned.
These are the worksheets you can.